Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. Thank you for joining me. We are in a fantastic part of the book that we have been reading. We are discovering how to understand our dreams. Last time we did a historical lineage of philosophy itself, so we can place ourselves within that lineage. We can understand what's called the perennial philosophy. Modern philosophy is not philosophy, it's opinions or philodoxia. Philodoxia is what Socrates called what we have as modern philosophy. Hegel's opinions, Kant's opinions, Jordan Peterson's opinions, etc. That's the opposite of philosophy. Philosophy is philosophia, the love of wisdom. Understanding wisdom is something that we are able to do in this book because we've been given it as a question and we've been given the pieces that we can sew together as we read in this new way that we are doing. Reading without interpretation. So seeing what's there, not leaving out what is there, not adding in our own beliefs or opinions. That's interpretation, adding or leaving out. But also learning that reading in a way where you're an active participant. You have to discover the puzzles. You have to get puzzled yourself. You have to go through the stages of learning that the book actually gives us. And you have to feel the human feelings associated with each of them. Being puzzled. Stung. How does that feel? Realizing that you didn't know what you thought you knew. That can be a shock in your body. Following along with the logos of the book. That's why we read the book that we read. And the other ones. The joy of coming to an insight when you bring the pieces together. What happens when you apply that insight in your world to reach your goals? Not only do you feel something, you also experience a letting go of what's false. Because there's two primary uses of learning, or the dialectic, how to reason properly, how to read, removing what's false and reaching what's true. Now, in our exploration of the lineage of philosophy, it's called perennial philosophy because it means parent. To distinguish it from a manyness, it's a one. There's just philosophy itself. But in exploring the lineage last time, we could see where we got all the pieces. You can't even begin this game unless you have a goal or a maxim that your life is based on. Know thyself. Was the Greek one? It's the right one. Now you could also phrase it negatively, reject mediocrity. Don't settle for mediocrity and the mindless zombie virus beliefs that will entail, and the NPC zombie-like functioning that mediocrity brings. You won't be able to do those two things. Reach truth and remove your problems unless you seek to know thyself and you reject mediocrity. That's the background. Homer comes in and says even the worst person can do this, which is important for what we have been reading. No need for punishment ever. No need to be a dog nanny. Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer, can solve dogs' problems. He's pretty great. He was popular and the British made the dog nanny. She wasn't as wise as Caesar, so she would not be able to solve some dogs' problems, and so she would say, well, it's not my lack of wisdom. Just some problems can't be solved. Murder the dog. Boo dog nanny. So even the worst can become the best. And even those who are wise still have problems. That's Achilles and Odysseus. Showing that Homer was in a culture that understood philosophical midwifery. No need for punishment. Philosophical midwifery is the most important thing we can therefore do. So this would be a cornerstone of any morality, because you don't want to be the worst person in the world. But also ethics. In other words, to be a good citizen, you have to go through this to not only be kind to yourself and others, but to function in a good way in the world. Demand philosophical midwifery from every single spiritual or political leader, everyone in your life. Well, you wouldn't demand it of people in your life, you would encourage them as best you can. But if you think, well, I should be in charge, then you best have mastered philosophical midwifery. If your job, any spiritual or political leader has a job to A, remove problems, solve problems, and then B, use that freedom for problems to guide us to excellence. When you're sick, you go to the doctor to get healthy, but if you're healthy, you're still not in your excellence of form, go to the gym or do a sport. So, know thyself. Homer, philosophical midwifery. You can solve all problems, even if you're the worst and even if you're wise. Xenophanes, by the way, when you do end up reaching your goal, you'll realize that God is one, and it's the self, or what is right now, seeing, hearing, and thinking. Not the individual sights, sounds, or thoughts, but the whole. In other words, you can carry this question: what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? Because our ultimate goal, know thyself, is you, Buster. Xenophanes taught, so that's 520 BC, Xenophanes taught Parmenides. Parmenides said, hey, by the way, you won't ever get there unless you master the dialectic. Big turning point. Thank goodness we have this dialogue. The greatest book never read, it's called. Because we get the method or the skill that we are all here to learn. You can't remove your problems without the dialectic, and you can't reach truth without the dialectic. This is the art. This is how to think properly. And talk properly. It's the opposite of debate, where you try and lie and cheat and steal your way to winning and hurting your opponent or whatever the fuck. Debates have nothing to do with truth. That's why all of the media and right-wing apparatus uses debates. It's bad. So Parmenides says, do the dialectic, hey, and never accept that you can't know truth. So here's the positive, dialectic. Here's the negative, be on guard for denying the logos or saying you can't know. Diotima, shortly after Parmenides, in the same generation, 450 BC, said, hey, by the way, loving relationships. You can master the dialectic and reach truth and go beyond truth to reach the excellence of self, know thyself, within a progressive, growing, developing, loving relationship. Love and understanding. Love without understanding is terrible and dangerous. Love with understanding can potentially be completely enlightening. If you do that, you can become as immortal and a friend of the gods as any human being can be, and the works that you can give birth to in that relationship can rival Homer and Hesiod, or what we would say, the Bible and the Quran, maybe. Or the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the DC animated universe. Rival them and will last for 1,000 years. So, love and logos from Diotima. Socrates says, hey, by the way, that's fine. Apply the dialectic from Parmenides to reach truth. Apply the dialectic from Homer to remove problems. You can't do either unless you're also understanding dreams. Socrates really, really focuses as the key term in many of his dialogues, dreams. Socrates was in the process of creating a mythology to share dialectic for truth, dialectic for false, dialectic for dreams. The final term, dialectic in mythology, to share it, but we killed him. Our bad, the counterattack against the Logos. So demonstrating in his death that human beings will fight. So a block is a block, or a problem is a problem, specifically because it blocks the Logos. If the Logos is the meaning of life, it's what we need for excellence, it's what we need to remove problems, then it ain't really a block unless it blocks this. Also, with every new truth comes a counterattack, or a kind of interpretation or a fight back. In this book, we are learning all of the possible kinds of counterattacks human beings can have, or negative responses to new truth, so we can understand them, be on guard against them, and try and navigate our way around them. For instance, the huge drama beef with Emma right now was because I said something that was true, but the Twitch moderator had a very strong negative response to truth. Normal, expected, especially for people who seek those kinds of positions, it should be expected. And that's why I won't go on her show and talk to her unless she permanently unbans me and knocks that guy off his throne. Because
that's anti-feminist in some way.
And he's anti-feminist.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
He keeps kink shaming.
It's a total shit show.
Total shit show. So huge beef. That's on viral. It's gone viral on the internet. So in the process of sharing mythology, and we killed him, so he was not able to pass on the Dharma. What was the consequence? So here's the dialectic. By the way, there are 4 aspects of the dialectic. So there's a dialectic on the dialectic. The 4 aspects: philosophy, midwifery, dream analysis, and mythology. Because we killed Socrates before his mythology, and when his student was only 20, we lost midwifery and dream analysis. The 2 things needed, in particular, to solve problems. So Plato comes at around 350 BC, starts the first academy, writes down the dialogue Socrates had, but leaves out all of the dream analysis and midwifery talks. While there are mentions of Socrates having these talks, Plato said, fuck that. Midwifery's Homer, right back at the start, remember? 800 BC. Midwifery's Homer. And the official reason for murdering Socrates was he doesn't agree with the official religions, like Homer. So I'll be fucked if I'm talking about midwifery and dream analysis, says Plato. So we lost that. We also therefore lost Plato's ability to solve students' problems, or help students solve their problems. Aristotle, Plato called the brain. Modern philosophers call him the philosopher, because modern philosophy is based on Aristotle, who had a problem against the last remaining aspect of the dialectic, metaphysics or philosophy. So our tradition, we lost everything. No philosophy on the true, no midwifery on the false, no dream analysis for both, and of course, no mythology, because mythology would be sharing those 3 things. Lost everything, giving us modern materialism. Everything is just physical stuff, there is no mind. A complete rejection of everything meaningful. That's the Roman tradition. He went on to teach Alexander the Great, so that's the Roman tradition. There were some other people who continued on at the academy after Plato: Plotinus, 240 AD, Proclus, 450, and Damascus, 500, and they contributed. Plotinus shared his personal experiences of what it's like to transition from the world of becoming to the world of being, or philosophy. Proclus adds more understanding and nails down the dialectic and tries to systematize theology or metaphysics, the elements of theology. And Damascius reiterates the significance of dreams, but of course, without the dialectic of it yet. After Damascius comes King Fuckface McGee, Christian Emperor Justinian, who started Christianity, formally killed all the philosophers. 529 AD began a period of human history where everything went to shit, killing everyone who thought for themselves, because if you can think for yourself, why would you need belief? Reiterating the idea that belief is cause of all problems, not sin or the devil, belief. Why? Because problems are not caused because you suck. It's not sin. That's a lie told to oppress people and justify violence or punishment which justifies violence against them. Dog nanny shit. Ignorance, or to believe you know something that you don't. Cosplaying the knower. Kings and clergy and parents. Belief is the cause of problems. And we experience that in the Dark Ages. So this Christian and Roman or materialist tradition comes together, formerly the Nazis and the Third Reich. That's our current state of affairs. So we know what we left behind, and thanks to this mythology from someone who rediscovered midwifery and was able to therefore read and rediscover philosophy and discover dreams. So someone who'd completed a mastery of the dialectic, the author of what we're reading, we can recognize what we're here to do, recognize where we're at, and turn our souls around. Isn't that neat? I think that's neat. So in the book, we are on dreams. The most important thing, says the big dog, Socrates, is understanding our dreams, because it will guide you in the other two things. And it will demonstrate how to do mythology, because it's the best at all of them. In other words, our dream master not only presents a mythology through our dreams to help you remove your problems and master your reading. So it's the best guide, the most important thing, therefore. But as something that has all those things and uses it providentially or helpfully, it's also our model for our own excellence. It has all the things we're here to do. Master the dialectic and use it. It must therefore be some excellence of self that knows the self, knows the whole, knows the parts, and shows the self, knowing and showing the self. That's where we are. And we're going to continue to read and learn more about how to understand our own dreams and understand the Dream Master, our model and our guide. And in that spirit, we want to be like the Dream Master. We have been learning that there is, therefore, an understanding of the whole needed for the providence of our dreams. The whole of spiritual development and the parts, whole and parts. The whole of spiritual development and the stages or parts of spiritual development. The whole of the states of mind and individual parts or individual states of mind. The whole of cognitive function and the individual cognitive functions, belief, understanding, knowing, etc. The whole of your life and the parts, your past, present, and future. The whole of your problems and your particular problems and the part, your whole of your problem and the part you're playing out, and the whole of human problems themselves and your particular one. The whole of your soul's journey through your multiple reincarnations and the purpose of your current one. The whole of the meaning of life and your stage in reference to your movement, your motion towards the self-goal. It must know both, necessarily, to function as it does. So the greatest wholes and the greatest parts. we have a name for that. The greatest whole and the greatest part defines being, or mind itself, or self-mind, the mind of self. Sometimes called the idea of self, because it's self knowing itself as an eidos or ousia. Ousia is the nature of mind. It's turning around to know itself. It's eternal, it's immortal. The aspects of it we study in metaphysics, that's philosophy. Mythology is the personification of those aspects. And of course, we want to have this whole have the excellence of human everyday functioning, understanding of the parts, and bring the two together to reach what's the cause of the whole and the parts, and what's making use of the whole and making use of the parts providentially. So our Dream Master, therefore, must have the whole, that's here, must know the parts, which is expressed here, and use both together to benefit us in the most appropriate way, relevant to where we're at and what's important for us to see. Therefore, providence, or intelligence and care, what we keep saying, good heart, good head, get yourself a girl who can do both. That's a funny joke. Providence must therefore be prior to mind, which is actually the Greek word pronoia, prior to nous or mind, pronoia. So providence is therefore if our job is to not just know the self, but the excellence of self, there is the nature and the functioning, two things. So we can say, what we've been seeing in the text, there are two things we can do that we can take with us. Therefore, whatever the meaning of life is, for there to be any justice, any meaning to anything, it has to be something that transcends our individual lives, a reason for having gone through the difficulties, the ignorance, and the learning we've gone through. A way of escaping our problems, a reason for all of the injustices or Hades that we experience every day in our physical world, a reason for it, and a way of transcending it to higher levels of justice and being. The only things we can take with us, well, you can't take your bank account, can't take your fame, can't take your Bugattis or your likes, your Instagram likes. You can take your learning and you can take your nurture of your soul. Equally so, there are two elements of that you can say ousia is. Ousia is the nature of mind, but it's also the activity of mind. It's turning about upon itself. Equally so, we want to have the nature of the self and function ideally through it. The excellence of self that Diotima mentioned, that can therefore make you as immortal and a friend of the gods as any man can be and give birth to works. There's our functioning. They will last 1,000 years and rival Homer and Hesiod. So, in a general sense, you could say Aristotle is down here in the physical world, modernism, materialism. Plato is here because he talks a lot about the conditions and the virtues needed to get into the dialectic, master the dialectic, and experience the brilliant light of being, or the Isles of the Blessed. He says, of course, that's the idea of the good. It isn't the good self. Socrates reached there, of course. So you can say we are Socratic, if you want. It's just philosophy. Actually, in the Phaedo, Socrates says, hey, if you're learning and you're only in the physical world, you are a philomathesis. You're loving learning. But eventually you're going to have to recognize that the principles or the highest kind of learning is the logos. And the logos uses nothing physical. It applies to everything physical, but it's the use of whole, part, same, different, these pairs. It also uses the monads, onenesses, beauty, justice, goodness. It also uses the triad, lesser, greater, and equal, or lesser, greater, and whole. but not that not the duad hole. There's a real puzzle here. What's the word for the top triad? Because we can't say whole because we're already using whole and part. Can't really use equal either because equal and unequal is also can be used as a duad pair as well. But we need it because that's analogy, especially the mean analogy. The self is to being as being is to becoming. So this mean analogy is the fabric of ontology, or the things that exist. It's also the model of learning. As Diotima taught Socrates, so too can Socrates teach us. That's the model of learning, the Dharma. So, learning or philomathesis in the physical world will eventually say, hang on a second, we're never going to solve problems individually or collectively unless we look to principles. Principles that exist universally and apply universally and benefit universally. And that's why I was banned from Emma's stream. Emma is at that stage. All I tried to do is say, hey, by the way, yes, I agree. I have done nothing but agree with what she said, and all I did was say, hey, by the way, the word is logos. I know it's funny because it's Greek, but you need a name for that thing you're looking for, otherwise you won't know what to look for. Banned from Twitch. That's why the internet has gone crazy right now. They're calling it Beefgate. Now it's not like a farm gate made out of cows. It's the beef between our two of the greatest channels on the platform. But gate also means drama. I don't know. Internet people are crazy.
It's sad. And I'm sad.
I don't know if you know this, but like weird dudes exist everywhere.
Weird dudes exist everywhere. That's why they're calling it Dramagate. Beefgate, 2005. 2025, my goodness. So, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. So, in philomathesis, you recognize we need principles. What are those principles? Now you're into philosophy. Or, what is understanding itself? That's ousia. Eventually, you have to turn away from the physical expressions of things and start to think about yourself. Hey, I am one of the greatest streamers on the platform because I do understanding. I'm one of the kindest people on the platforms. So maybe understanding or intelligence and kindness and empathy are connected. Maybe these right-wingers that are causing the problems, they're all belief-based. And hang on a second, not only are they belief-orientated, Christian beliefs, capitalist beliefs, fascist beliefs, sexist beliefs, etc. Nothing to do with understanding. They're all actively, all of them are opposing understanding. The health minister is opposing science of medicine. The education minister are banning books. They're attacking people who love understanding, the left. Yes, you're seeing it. Human problems are caused by this state of being and cognitive function called belief, which isn't neutral or a small being with no power. It's actively in opposition to understanding and benefit. Once you realize that, you've upgraded from philomathesis to philosophy, love of wisdom, because you can. So, two things: the nature of being, knowledge. You can know it all at once. Now, many people call that enlightenment or the spiritual experience because it's the activity of reflecting on yourself when you're an understander and saying, hang on a second, what am I doing that makes me smarter and kinder? What is understanding? What does understanding use? It's not believing Jeebus or blind loyalty to dear leader or exploiting people for personal profit. It's something else, something about principles, something about universally applying them and somehow benefiting everyone. You're turning around upon yourself, ousia. Now, the nature of being, once you've upgraded from loving learning to loving wisdom, philomathesis to philosophy, also has a nature and activity. The nature is ousia, mind itself turning around and knowing itself. Its activity is the use of the whole as the model. This is the answer to the question that the good people in the world, we encourage them to wonder about. You use that model or the nature, so you turn around and mind knows itself as the model, but not only as a whole or a oneness or pure being or the brilliant light of pure being, but recognize the parts, whole, part, beauty, excellence, harmony, same, different, the duads, the ones, the twos, the threes, beauty, justice, excellence, the ones, whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, the pairs, and the threes, lesser, greater, equal / whole. That's understanding. So the activity of being is understanding. Proper understanding. The logos. The logos is the nature that you recognize in ousia, and the logos is the activity through dianoia or understanding, and dialectic, the skill. So what? So our goal is to go beyond. That's Plato. We are not interested in Plato. We're interested in Socrates. We need to reach the self. The book is saying you won't reach the self unless you find the patterns, follow the text, discover the questions, and use analogy to reach truth. Why? Because analogy is lesser, greater, equal / whole. Analogy is how we learn. We look at our world and say, hey, the physical world, there's beautiful things and there's just things. Therefore, the world of being that we want to reach in philosophy must be like it, which means some things the same, some things are different. The sameness will be beauty and justice. The difference is it's a one, not a many. Same and difference analogy. So we want to know what happens up here in the self. So if we take the patterns, there must therefore be some kind of nature of the self and some kind of activity of the self. Whole and parts. Just as there's a nature of being and an activity of being. And just like there is that distortion in human problems. 4 and 5. Belief and dualism or materialism. So we need to take all that together and try and see if we can come to a likely hypothesis and a good question about the self. Because that's the goal, to know thyself. It's the beginning. The whole process starts with the maxim, know thyself. And it's also the end. So let's see if we can come to a puzzle. So analogy. We've got analogy. Let's get my pen out. Where is my pen? Here it is. Okay, so what do we have to play with? So this is reading. Collect the parts. Bring it to a whole. There we go, parts and whole. Parts, you can even represent these principles that are eternal, parts and whole, with gods, Apollo and Aphrodite. The god of philosophy is the god of parts, Apollo, and the god of beauty, Aphrodite, is the god of wholes. Interesting, right? So we need to make use of the self-ers, or the self-logos parts. And I'm using self-logos because we're talking about the real logos, to distinguish it from the pathologos, your false beliefs, which is based on the false image, unsuspected image or mask about yourself. One is the cause of problems, one is the cause of excellence. I'm looking at the excellent one. Self-logos parts. What are they? Well, we have the one, or the, let's say monads, or one, the ones. Beauty, justice, excellence, and there's more, but there's a good list there. We have the duads, or twos, whole and part, same and different, etc. And we have the triad, or three. So all of these are the building blocks of understanding. That's people who awaken from understanding things in the physical world are reflecting, what makes me so awesome? Why am I so great? Why do I do so much good? Is it because of how sexy I am? How big my pecs are? Pecs are for boys. Equivalent for girls. Or is it because of something I'm doing with my mind? What is that I'm doing with my mind? What is this understanding that makes me so beautiful and special and good? What is understanding? The use of these parts, Apollo, into a whole. So these are the parts. Lesser is to greater. And by the way, to whole. Now we can't use whole because we're using whole here. So whole / equal. Again, equal doesn't really work. Because look, Diotima taught, by the way, a lady. So you know how people who are believers and reject understanding attack women? Women have feelings, and that stops them from using their brain. They're kind of like cattle, but a little bit more intelligent than a cattle. That's why they shouldn't have rights or have autonomy over their body. Or this credit card thing and owning their own house that we've done in the last century. Maybe even that was a mistake. You know these idiots? Women can't use reason and understanding because of their feelings getting in the way. Oh, by the way, is there any reason and understanding to back that up? No. Then what makes you think it's true? Belief? What's belief based on? My feelings? So you're saying women's feelings get in the way of their use of reason. There's no reason for that other than your feelings. Sexist fucking right winger. Duh. Yes. But here's the thing. The greatest mind since people, since Pierre Grimes, perhaps the greatest mind to walk the planet. Socrates literally said, I was a gift from the gods to mankind. Wasn't joking. His teacher was a woman. Really makes you think that the greatest mind in human history was taught by a woman, an enlightened woman, a master of reason, the Logos. She also, in the book where we learn about her, the Symposium, she also has foresight. She has the ability to, I don't know things in the future, make predictions that turn out. That's a talk for another day. Diotima, woman, taught Socrates, as Socrates teaches us. So within this dynamic, we have greater and lesser. We're not as good as Diotima yet. And as Socrates is the student to Diotima, Socrates is the lesser, Diotima is the greater. But then when Socrates turns around and helps us, here, Socrates is the same or equal to, so let's throw same in here as well, same as Diotima in how he functions. So double dots in the middle. As Diotima is to Socrates, the single dots means is. So too is the double dots here. So too Socrates is to us. This is the mean analogy we're learning. But what's interesting about this is the Dharma. This is the true teaching. This is the model of learning itself. But by participating in it, we can then share it with the world. Just make sure that there's no Twitch chat moderator between you and the person you're talking to, because they might be good people, but the person trying to get in between is usually a fuckhead. In principle, because why is he not creating? Why does he seek a position of power? That's why they say, hey, politicians and clergy, seeking those positions should disqualify you from the goal. Because you're looking for an opportunity to play out your beliefs, cosplaying the knower. If you really had knowing, you wouldn't be interested in physical power over people for profit and fame. You'd be interested in the Isles of the Blessed, true knowledge. That's why I'm in this huge beef with Emma right now.
It's a total shit show.
Total shit show.
They're completely lying to you. They're
Because
completely
they're
lying.
completely lying. Beefgate 25. What are they calling it? Beefgate. So we, as we pass it on to someone, we are acting the same as Diotima, even within the mean analogy itself. By taking part, the wisdom of Diotima through the mean term of Socrates is passed to us. So lesser to greater, so greater to lesser, we become like Diotima. So we should really throw in the word like. So lesser to greater to whole or equal or same or like. We're trying to find a word for this one because all of these are kind of already used in the duad. So we need another word because it's a triad. So we're looking, this is our puzzle. We have this puzzle. What word are we going to use for this one? That's a big one. Because we have to make use of this to find out what are we seeking. Okay, let's use it. We have we have the self, being, and becoming. Okay, make some better circles. Self, being, and becoming. So here's our triad. Lesser, greater, don't know what the word is. The self, mind or being, and becoming, the physical dimension, physical or becoming. Everything is in a state of becoming. So we could say, well, this would be the lesser, of course. This would be the greater. And we need a word for this one. Why? Because we're using the logos. None of these things are physical. They have scope over everything physical. Everything you have seen fits into these categories. All of them. Everything you've seen is same as something and different from something. Is a part or a whole, or both. Participates in some way of beauty or its lack. Same thing for these monads. And is lesser than something, but greater than another thing, or equal to something in some way. These are the units of perception, units of experience, units of understanding. The word for these units or aspects, eidos. One of the great betrayals of philosophy is to translate this as forms. It ain't forms. So if you hear someone talk about Plato's forms, you can laugh in their face and say, hey, by the way, you've been brainwashed by someone in the tradition of Emperor Fuckface McGee, Christian Emperor Justinian, who killed all the philosophers, and Aristotle, who killed philosophy. Materialism and belief. It ain't forms. A better word would be aspects. Why? Because while all of these things are different, they're also the same thing. Everything you see or think or experience has all of them to some degree. Aspects. And that includes the greatest experience. Therefore, the greatest experience possible, which would be here, would therefore be, if they're aspects, this would be, to experience this would be the aspects, all aspects, most positively. In principle, if every experience and every understanding and perception, but we're talking about experience here, every experience contains all of them, then in principle, by definition, the greatest experience, mind turning about to know itself, so we could throw in ousia. We'll throw in ousia. We have some, hey, whatever level, even in complete ignorance, you have some level of self-reflection. Even zombies have to stay together as a oneness, ousia. Have some sort of life or awareness to say brains. Even religious folk or fascists or whatever. So ousia. Don't be scared that it's not an English word. You've eaten a croissant before. That's also not an English word, but you can use it. Huge beef with Emma right now. I should stop saying that because Emma's great. It's the stupid ass moderators.
I'm too pure. That's
She's pure.
anti-feminist in some way.
But her
They're
moderators
completely
are.
lying to you. They're completely lying.
So I should stop making that joke about beefing with Emma and say beefing with moderators. All aspects, most. But I'm not even beefing with them. To be in a beef, they have to, you know, give two shits, and they don't because they're fucked. But anyway. Huge beef. Beefgate. All aspects most positively, in principle, positively. For the highest experience. Which is the second cognitive function, or knowing. That's knowing. Capital K, knowing. Okay. So we're after the top one. How do we use these words if we've got the highest here? What the fuck is the self? Now, last time I got stuck. I was close with this. Here, let's try that again. Let's use whole and part. For there to be a principle of whole and part, they have to be different. In other words, whole. Now, there is that highest experience has whole. And parts together in the highest, meaning there must be some crossover or a Venn diagram, as we see. But if it was if they were completely over each other, if parts was like this and whole was like this, or they were the same, I couldn't make it the same. Here we go, like that. Then they would be equal, wouldn't they? They wouldn't be two different things. Therefore, there has to be some aspect of parts that's different from whole. There is some union in between, and there is some aspect of whole necessarily that is independent from parts, that the parts can't touch. If the parts could touch the top of the whole, then we couldn't say in principle that the whole fits that other self-logos category of greater to lesser. If the lesser could reach the peak of the greater, it wouldn't be lesser, it would be just as good. Right? Are you with me? So we've already distinguished there is a... So let's bring in those two aspects of Usia. There is this here, the nature of whole and part together in experience, or knowledge. As we've been saying today, those beautiful people in the world, like real beauty, like bigger than your pecs or your pubes, the thing that makes you super beautiful and the best is they, whether they're aware of it or not, they are making use of, what color? This one. The nature in its activity. Their activity, or their functioning, or their creating activity. Their activity makes use of whole and parts and the monads and the triads. There's only one triad, lesser, greater, I think. Lesser, greater, equal, what do we end up with? Lesser, greater. By the way, seeing as we... The reason why we're saying Socrates' big point was dreams. The big point from Parmenides was the dialectic. The big point from Homer was midwifery. But the big point from Socrates is dreams. If he had everything, why is the big point dreams? Because in the masterpiece from Plato, The Republic, Socrates mentions dreams once. That's what he does. You only see the big boss once. You only find the unique item once, the best item in the game. There's only one key to unlock the gate. He drops the word in once. Pierre Grimes. No, let's go back to Socrates. In the Phaedo, he discusses these self-logos terms that we make use of through understanding, and that's the activity, and we experience in its nature knowledge. The two together, knowledge and understanding, wisdom, so I'll put that on the board. The activity of those whole and parts, understanding. The two together. From the book, this is all from the book. Wisdom. Maybe not that color. This one. There's our wisdom. So we can see this. If this is wisdom, then we have our so therefore, if the movement through the physical world is Philomethesis' love of learning, and Philomethesis graduates into philosophy, and this graduates to that, Socrates calls it Philophronesis. But that, we don't need that word yet, because we're not there yet. So if wisdom is here, Philomethesis, philosophy is here, love of wisdom, then this greater realm of being is this. So therefore we can conclude wisdom, or what, maybe different color. Okay, let's use greater and lesser and make that a different color. Make this. No. Can't be that. No. Let's make it purple. And make this purple. So therefore, this idea of wisdom is also the entirety of being, the nature and activity of being. Therefore, wisdom itself is here. So here's our being circle. Close. Close. Actually, I can even do a more elliptical. Oh, there we go, there we go. Being. So there's our being. All right, but let's go back to what we have. We have, from the book, we have 5 stages of cognition. The self is our question, the one self, number 1. Number 2 is that knowledge, the nature of whole and part together, the middle section of the Venn diagram. Understanding is its functioning. Whether you know it or not, that's what understanding is. That's specifically what belief rejects. The nature of human problems are belief. Why? Because it's a cognitive function that uses the same terms, but not like whole and part used positively like understanding, or whole and part together used experienced and together in the positives as knowing. It's an attack against the whole. You accept a limit of your belief. Can't watch Harry Potter, can only have sex with other Mormons. You can't eat fish on Friday or whatever the fuck. And you can't learn, you can't change, you can't grow. Whatever bullshit was vomited into your brain when you were too young to know better, you have to stay, otherwise you can't go to the picnic. Or you can't go to the picnic on Sunday, the Jesus picnic. You also can't go to hell. Sorry, you can't go to heaven. You also will be murdered by the believers. They are limited in opposition to freedom. They are a part separated from the whole of humanity, attacking the whole. They hate understanders. They project their problems onto the whole. They are different and project their differences on everyone's the same as me. So the right wing will always lie and say the left hate the right. Fuck off. The right hate the left in principle, because the right wing is belief. That's what unifies them. They are unified by a cognitive function of belief. They are, in principle, by definition, always on any planet, on any galaxy, in any time, if they are a group bound by belief, they hate understanders. They hate the left. That's why the right-wingers are genociding people, sending in ICE Gestapo agents to murder people and sent to concentration camps, attacking immigrants, while cry bullying. It's called cry bullying. While crying, the left want to do it to us, even though we are the ones always doing it and lying about them doing it. That's the nature of human problems. All human problems. Politically, it's a group bound by belief, so religion or right-wing political movements, in principle. But every individual, when you find interpretation, remember how we started? Interpretation is projecting what's not there or being blind from what is. So we're learning to read specifically what's there in the text. So it's a kind of learning as well as a kind of spiritual training. If you find you have a blind spot, which is why you need to be doing midwifery or philosophy, both, because you need a dialectician, someone to ask you questions to help you see what you cannot see, your blind spot. Also to help you see what you are projecting. Cry bullying is nothing other than this. When someone's cry bullying, they're projecting their problems onto others and crying about being the victim while they are the ones bullying. They're doing it. The right, so that's why there's that expression for the right wing, every accusation is a confession. They are confessing the nature of their false belief. That's their specific version of fascism or their personal pathologos problem. 3 P's there. In principle, which means very, very simply with this diagram, we can understand the nature of every single human problem individually for helping individuals and collectively for politics and spiritual practice. Spiritual practice is both. You can be a guru at an ashram, but you talk to people individually. It's these self-ers, self-logos elements, the elements of understanding, perception, experience, same for everyone, only the relationship is different. Analogy, same and different. In other words, any problem you see, find the self-logos term on the lesser side. And find how it is in conflict or war against the greater. Any of them. Take for example, what are they doing now? They're trying to remove freedom of speech. If you speak out against dear leader of the belief clan, You are going to Guantanamo Bay or Alligator Alcatraz or deported or whatever. Freedom, can you find it on the list? Here we go. Unlimited. That means free. Therefore, they are attacking freedom as an expression of limit. That's the self-logos expression within the cognitive function of belief. This particular selfer, they accept the limits. Does it pan out? Let's test it. We got freedom by seeing what they're doing to others. Let's see what they're doing to themselves. Hey, is there a limit? Is there a limit to the speech of everyone within MAGA? Is anyone allowed to criticize Trump or billionaires or capitalism or white supremacists or Christian believers? That's the limits that they impose on their clan group that define that particular version of fascism or belief. Pick another one, you'll find it here. This is why understanding kicks so much ass. So I'm excited. I feel like I'm lecturing. I'm not lecturing. This is just fucking exciting. Isn't it cool? Any fucking problem that anyone does will be on this little list. And if you can read, you can, and you'll have a curious mind and a good heart, you can find it here. Isn't that neat? I think it's neat.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
I think it's so awesome.
Well, if RM thinks it's awesome, we're on the right track. So, so that's interesting. We solve all problems, but why are we looking at it now? Because we have a model of a whole and part Venn diagram. So, belief is in attack of the whole. So this fourth cognitive function, belief, clan identity, the cause of human problems, the selfer relationship is marked by conflict, needs to be a part attacking the whole, can never join the whole. Therefore, on our diagram, if we've got the second cognitive function, knowing the nature of this area, the third cognitive function, understanding the activity of this area, the fourth belief would have to be the nature. What are we doing? Analogy. We are looking at one to see how it's same and different. Same logos, different usia. Same terms, different relationship. So what? Same terms. The nature of here, part, against, what's against? Against? What symbol for against? Frowny face? We'll put X. Part against the whole belief. Notice, it's a shadow. It claims to be the whole. There is no truth other than Jeebus. There is no truth other than Nazis, Hitler. There is no truth other than Muslim or Islam or Judaism or Trump. They all claim it's the shadow, it's the distorted shadow of the whole that is attacking the whole. There's our attack. It's belief. There is no whole. Can I be God? Heresy! Burn them. Can I know the nature of God? You're going beyond Jesus? You can't. Do as you're told, and maybe you can find out the meaning of life when you die. Which means we have to look for the next stage, the activity. What is the activity of the part against the whole? Materialism. Or Aristotelianism, materialism, or strict dualism. Now it's called strict dualism because it says, well, because these self-logos pairs, there is no connection. So while believers say, I am, this is the nature, the truth is just the part, and we will kill the whole. They are trying to destroy humanity. Whether it's for personal profit for billionaires, whether it's because they are sociopathic and sadistic, because belief can't actually have knowing, and belief can't actually solve problems or create anything good, but you can use belief to hurt people. So they substitute hurting people for knowing and helping people, sadism. That's why they are sadistic. Netanyahu enjoys the murder. Trump enjoys the torturing of children in the things that he is shutting down the government so they don't come to light. It's sadistic. If you grow up in belief, but you don't address those problems, you will become a materialist. Or there is no whole. What do strict dualists or materialists say? All spirituality is woo-woo. It's all woo-woo. It's nonsense. Different dimensions. I don't understand that, and I'm clever. You must be I literally got this. This is why I'm in a huge beef with Emma right now.
I've been a bad little girl.
Tell me about it. All your moderators have been. As soon as I mentioned the name for the whole, thankfully Brendan Sutton was on the show. He's very insightful. Sees further, is able to see further than most. Almost all. Thankfully, I could just put his words in quotes, but even though I was literally quoting Brandon, the fact that I even mentioned the whole, the YouTube, so I can't be talking on Twitch anymore because of this huge beefgate, the YouTube moderator said, you sound like you're selling something. Literally, you sound like you're in a cult. You sound like you're preaching. They use the language of religion to make sense of understanding and knowledge. Materialists. The foot soldiers for fascists. They lie like that so they can justify banning. The Democrats not having the... This is why they were talking about it. They were saying, Emma and Brandon, wonderful, wonderful people, were saying, we need a principle. We need a model. We need the whole. Sam was calling it a tent pole. Don't know why, but I guess that's the same thing. Yes. That's it. That's the whole. But as soon as you talk about the whole, you will have believers who will try and kill it, and you will have materialists that will also go through the activity of killing it. That's why the Democrats are the foot soldiers for the fascists. And Emma and Brandon are seeing that right now on the Majority Report. They're saying they are complicit. They are working with the fascists. Exactly. The fascists have all the money, have all the power, the right, and the lefties, the establishment Dems, are the fucking foot soldiers. They are the lesser to create the conditions to not fight back, to not challenge the system. The establishment Dems are 5 strict dualists or materialists or atheists. Atheists. There is no whole. There's no whole of principles. There's no whole of divinity. There's no whole of mind. There's no meaning to life. There's just your own fucking stupid beliefs, and we just gotta put yourself in a position of authority as a Twitch moderator or a left-wing politician so you can get your own. And cosplayer Noah feels strong as you ban, I mean, a huge Beefgate, ban the best people. And they are fucking right. That's why they're so insightful. They are right. What we have to do as philosophers is somehow get unbanned and say, yes, here is the word. Here is the next step. Why? If you don't have a word, you can't see it and use it. They've gotten as far as they can get on their own. They need the next word. That's the significance of the work that Pierre Grimes and Juan Balboa have done in translating the Greek properly. That's why we say we need these key words, eidos, not forms. We need the word. You can see it because the word, if the word is needed, we need the same word, the right word, the word that's out of time or principle. And we know this because if it's the same for everyone and it's out of time, then we can see it's needed because the right wing will be opposed to it. What are the right wing doing? They are using the wrong words on purpose. They are lying. Instead of naming things properly, they're calling Zohan Mamdani a Muslim terrorist or a jihadist sympathizer. They're calling center-right politics the establishment left. They're still foot soldiers for the right. They're not the ones in charge of the fascism. They're calling them extreme left. They are lying. They lie. They lie because, which means to be in attack against the right words, which should show you need the right words. Which means you have to have an open-mindedness to learn something you don't already have. You have to have the courage to unban me permanently and get rid of your fucking Twitch moderators. Holy fuck. Literally, they didn't spend more than a minute reflecting on my appeal. That's why it's Beefgate. That's why the internet's gone crazy. It's breaking. Some say, breaking the internet. They are the fucking worst. Literally quoting them and saying, this is the word you need. That's all. Nothing more. Ban. No conversation. No communication. No thought put into the appeal. That's an issue. The issue behind Beefgate 25. Now, this is a principle. Where else if it's a principle, we should see it the same or like. Hey, by the way, what's Pelosi and Schumer doing to Mamdani? Are they trying to get in the way like a moderator? Are they trying to moderate his voice out? Are they trying to ban him from the party? Did they do the same thing in the Democratic caucus? Did they literally, when Bernie Sanders was the one who was voted to represent the Democrats, did they fucking lie? Did the moderators, the establishment Dems, ban him? And you could see the signs. Bernie actually won. They're fucking us. Yup. Did they do it to AOC in the last Democratic convention? Yup. Did they let any Palestinians talk? Nope. You know who they did let talk? The right-wingers. We have the Cheneys on. Aren't we so special? They are the special ones, the right-wingers. the greater to the lesser. The left wing is, so long as they are fivers with no model or principle, so long as the Twitch chat keep getting in the way of getting the fucking word we need, the left wing will be the bitch of the fascists, as they've always been since Aristotle and Justinian. Tell them. Get through to them. We need the best people to wake up. They can see it. They don't have to believe this. See it. What's Schumer doing? What's Pelosi doing? They are literally moderating the voices of reason out. What did they fucking hate from Mamdani? Principles that benefit people. Fuck that. We want to hurt people. That's what it means to be a believer. That's why the pages of human history is soaked in fucking blood. It's not a game. Well, it is a game. But it's not a joke. Well, it is a joke in a different sense. But if you're serious about solving problems, you got to be serious about learning this and recognizing the role the Twitch moderators are doing in Dramagate, in Beefgate 25, and be open to getting the word. Equally so, you will moderate the word away. In my many, many years of learning this, I have talked to people who've been in this game for many, many years longer than me, and there will come a point where they will moderate away the words. They will self-censor. Because the nature of all human problems, not just the right and the left being the activity or the lesser or the bitch of the right, who claim to have the nature, hey, the left-wingers don't have a model. If you dare say that there's a model in literally the Majority Report, the best or one of the top like 5 voices for the left, literally you'll get fucking banned. But you know who does have a model? The fascists, the white supremacists, the sexists, the Christians. They have a model. That's why they're in charge. And they're always in charge. That's why the left is always the bitch. It's the lesser to the greater. It's the activity to the nature. It's the 5 to the 4. What we are doing is understanding with understanding, not belief, how that fits in a paradigm. This paradigm is needed for humankind. This book is a banger. Have I said that before? So the activity, in service of the belief. What do materialists do? They use their thinking. The believers don't think. Just as knowledge is all at once. It's the nature. You know it all at once. It's bliss. It's oneness. You're at rest. You've reached there. You don't need anything. You've reached your goal at rest. But also it's perfect motion. You don't run out of energy because it's energy itself. Believers imitate it while shutting it down. Justinian killed the philosophers. Aristotle killed philosophy. Try and say this anywhere. Take it to the colleges. You're a philosopher, you'll love this. Take it to the ashrams and the Zen centers and the Zendos. You're interested in spirituality, you'd like this. What are they going to say? Try it. They won't like it. Because not only is this I already know the truth, belief, the nature of fascism, it's the nature of every individual's pathologos problem. You have a belief from childhood, which you take for granted. You don't even know you carry it. That's an imitation of knowing. Vice is the imitation of virtue. Can I friend you on Discord? Of course you can. Welcome, Sus. Okay, so the nature of human problems is belief. materialists have their own beliefs as well. You can say, no, you strange lady too. No, why would I say that? Of course you can. So they're the ones saying, you can't talk about the self in philosophy for the last 1500 years. You can't understand spirituality. Thoughts are a sickness, says the Buddhists and the Taoists, etc. Every human being who hasn't gone through philosophical midwifery that we got from Homer to remove your beliefs will function, or their activity will be 5. They're carrying a 4 and they're doing a 5. 5 is, what's the belief behind materialism? There is no mind. Modern science, reductionism, reducing everything to just parts, literally in the name, so we can understand the activity. Whoops, let's give it a different color. The activity of belief is materialism, or 5, or strict dualism. And we say strict dualism because it's there's a two-ness, there's a whole and part, but there is no whole. It doesn't exist. Whereas there is a kind of dualism in knowledge, but there does exist in the greatest. And you have them both together, so it's kind of dualistic. That's why we call it strict dualism. So, why is the left always the bitch to the right? Why are the Dems supporting the fascists? Establishment Dems? Because they are the lesser to the greater. So we have a greater to lesser dynamic here. Greater. Why? The greater or the model. The model is belief. The lesser or the activity is materialism, which is literally here, this part of the Venn diagram. It's parts with no whole. The left and the right. Therefore, what Emma and Brandon and people like them are slowly coming to realize is this very thing. The nature of all problem. Hey, why does the Romans side with the Nazis, and why does the church in the Third Reich side with the Nazis? Why is Trump, who's obviously not a Christian, unleashing the tyranny of Christianity? If Jesus supposedly was about understanding and not belief, that's Paul, and Jesus is supposedly about helping people, why are they hurting everyone? If Jesus said a camel is more likely to get through the eye of a needle than a rich man into heaven, why are they billionaires and trillionaires? They're all believers. Fascist belief, religious belief, personal pathologos family clan belief. It's all belief. 4, here, the shadow of the whole, only a part, in opposition to the whole. Why are we not solving problems? Because modern academia is in the tradition of Emperor Justinian and Aristotle. Justinian killed the philosophers. Aristotle killed logos, killed understanding, killed philosophy. You need logos and ousia to solve problems, because logos and ousia is what's utilized in the dialectic. The dialectic is the activity of solving human problems. If you reject ousia and logos, which 4 and 5 do, you can't solve problems. That's why we still have fucking Nazis. And why they're moderating Emma's Twitch chat. They are 5ers or supporting 4ers belief. They are functioning as the bitch. Hey, Who benefits by banning me from Emma's Twitch chat? Not Emma, not the left. The fucking fascists benefit. Who benefits by undermining Mumdani, as the establishment Dems on the left are doing? Not the left, not the people, the fucking fascists. Who benefits by towing the line for capitalism? Not the people, not the left, the fucking fascists. Fivers are the bitches or the lesser or the foot soldiers of fourers. Fourers take all the money and do all the murder, and fivers, materialists, jump in line. That's why we haven't solved problems. And that's why Beefgate 2025 is breaking the internet right now.
I've been a bad little girl. Freaks.
Freaks. So what? Isn't that cool? This diagram demonstrates, in principle, here is that model or principle they've been after, the nature and the activity of all human problems as cognitive functions and stages of psychic and human development. Not everyone's the same. Not everyone's an Emma Vigeland. There are fascists and Trumps. There are more Trumps than there are Emma Vigelands in the world. It's wrong to say we're all equal in our cognitive function, states of mind, and development of soul. There are some that stand head and shoulders, or head, boobs, and pecs and delts above the rest. Just as Usain Bolt runs much faster than everyone else, so too are there brilliant souls like Emma who are way above the others. We have to understand what makes it different. Yes, what makes us the same as well. We are on the same journey, we're in the same model, we're in the same whole, we're just different parts and whole. Now, I'm using politics or everyday problems as a metaphor for our individual problems. Everyone is playing out this individually. That's analogy. If it's a principle, it always applies. You have problems because of your belief. Your activity will function to say, I can't do it. I'm not the self. I'm a small being. I can't understand my way to enlightenment. I'm a small being. I'm just a small part. Materialism, reductionism. There's no intelligent guiding force and meaning for my life. There's no profound, intelligent guidance in every thought, distraction, fantasy, tangent, every thought. You don't choose your thoughts, but surely there's no providential intelligence that's having an activity that I should reflect ousia on my thoughts with logos dialectic for, and surely not my dreams. Everyone thinks that. Since Socrates. Literally. We lost it after Socrates. We lost dream analysis. Socrates' contribution was dreams. That was the big one. We lost it when we killed him. And as we say, we're in the materialist and belief-based tradition. Justinian and Christianity, and materialism and Aristotle. So, everything we are saying by pointing to politics is correct and will be correct in any galaxy, any race, any time or multiverse for this current stage of development, but also for any individual. This is the model of human problems. Oh, I gotta pause really quickly because I need to remove some space on my hard drive. All right, I'm back. So, We've understood the nature of human problems. We've understood the nature of individual problems and political problems and spiritual problems, all problems. We've also understood the nature of our excellence, or the greater. Our excellence of functioning, understanding, while materialism is the activity to support an belief against the whole, to attack the whole, or opposition to the whole, or deny the whole. And belief is a specific, deny the whole. Belief is, so materialist, there is no whole, just give up, the Dems. So they're not doing the death camps, but they're doing the gatekeeping, they're denying. So the materialism denies the whole. It's a part that has to be different from, so look, there has to be a part of the part that's different from the whole. Why would it be different from the whole if the whole is also the greater, the lesser? What are we doing? We're trying to bring all of the self logos together terms into a oneness, because that's eidos, or aspects. So you can, why would you, as a living soul, why would you not be the greater? Why would you be content with the lesser? Materialists, or modern left, or Twitch moderators of the left, deny the whole. So as soon as I said, oh yeah, you're right, Emma, you're right, Brendan, you're quite insightful, that's why you're so great, there is a whole. I didn't even use the word logos in the YouTube chat. I didn't even give the name. I said, yeah, you're right, there is a whole, principles. Aren't they great? Even though I was agreeing, the YouTube moderators said, what? Are you a, what do they call me? A cult member? Literally, the very first fucking thing they said to me was, hey pal, if you're trying to sell something here, you can move along. Like it was their fucking channel. That's the left. That's the moderators, the people who try and get in between. The first thing they said to me was, you're trying to sell something, fuck off. Knew nothing about me, how long I'd been watching, and all I was doing was agreeing with Emma and Brandon. Very insightful things that they were saying. The other moderator said he's preaching like I was a fucking religious person. I said, no, I'm not. Oh, kind of you are. No, I'm not. The other moderator said, you sound like you're in a cult. For doing nothing, then saying, yes, that's brilliant, Emma and Brandon. You're right. The left do need a whole of principles that can apply universally, not one rule for thee and one rule for me. It's like they weren't even fucking listening, or they can't even understand the mind of Emma and Brandon because of how great they are and how stupid these fucking moderators are. This is why the internet is gone viral right now. The internet's gone viral. It's the first time it's ever happened. Passion today. So what? Emphasis, right? And this is emphasis. I'm saying nothing other than I've said for the last several months, but I know. How many people need to be murdered until we pay attention? I've been saying this for 20... Well, anyway, let's get back to the book. That's mythology. We have to find a way around these gatekeepers and communicate to the best of us, the Usain Bolts of the soul, those with the best heads and hearts. So yes, you are doing brilliant. Here's the next step. Or we all go extinct. That's the stakes. The gatekeepers are the foot soldiers for the fascists. The fivers, materialists, strict dualists, are the activity or the lesser of the nature or the greater of belief, as defined by the element of part that is not in union with the whole. Remember, there has to be a part. Now, this is the next stage. While we can emphasize how important this understanding is and why Emma needs to unban me permanently and get rid of these crazy moderators after understanding why they do what they do, but also, you know, if you care, if you give a shit about human suffering, you know, you can be like, okay, let's pull our pants up. Let's go for it, hey? Like, isn't it time? Like, how many more ice deaths do you need? 5, 6, 1,000? While that's the case, we have to also acknowledge there is a necessity for these stages of human functioning. For there to be an unfolding through the logos of self that also creates the condition for our return. Hey, if we didn't have these problems, there would be no reason why someone as brilliant as Emma or her friends, people like Emma, would give two shits about me. I'm not as charismatic or beautiful as those girls. And Brenda's not a girl, of course, but you get what I mean. Charming, clever, funny. Equally so, there are people who are, well, I was going to say they're not beautiful, much more privileged. They also need their problems for them to have the reasons or stakes to learn something new. Otherwise, why are you here? So there is a necessity for problems, and that's something important we see as well. And it's also relative to these stages of development, but also relative to our reincarnations. Because this nature of knowledge here, from which we get its activity understanding, is non-physical. It's that circle is being. And therefore, this level here is the physical world. So we can call this ignorance. Remember, one of the key themes of the book is problems are not caused because women are evil or because you are a sinner. You're born with original sin because the believers tell you that to justify oppression through violence. To oppress the many, you need violence. To justify violence, you need the idea of punishment. To justify punishment, you have to say, problems are not caused by ignorance, they're caused by your innate nature. We just have to kill you. Right? But we know we've gone through dialectics in this book to show why that's false, harmful, creates suffering in the soul, prevents us from seeing the cause of our problems, and only teaches you one thing: to escape getting caught. Ignorance is the cause of human problems. Ignorance is overcome with wisdom. So that was the dialectic in the book, literally. Let's find it so you're not just believing me. Remember, all we are doing is we are reading. We're taking the parts and bringing it together as a whole. Ignorance. Let's type in ignorance. Ignorance. Wisdom and ignorance. Here we go. Okay. Ignorance is all the way through. Only questions can unearth the roots of ignorance. But we want to get to the part on punishment. Wisdom and ignorance. Yeah, so all the way through we see these two terms, wisdom and ignorance. So it's been given to us as a clue, as a duad. Ignorance is learned. Overcome ignorance is wisdom. The paradigm for understanding problems. The false explanations for our problems without the understanding of what we have is like this guy here, Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas says it's sexual and expression that's the cause of our ignorance. Of course, Diotima showed us that that's not the case. Socrates had kids. Sin and error, good and evil, wisdom and ignorance need to be reviewed. Okay, where is it? If there's a punishment for ignorance, that means it cannot be overcome with learning. Is there a kind of ignorance that is more powerful and pervasive with wisdom? Or is wisdom the greater and ignorance the lesser, that as we have been seeing it as a duad, and therefore no ignorance can stand the light of wisdom? Wisdom and ignorance cannot survive together, says Jesus. Again, you can go through this dialectic, always. That's the dialectic. It's universally true. Steps of reasoning together as principles. Therefore, it's foolish to punish for a lack of wisdom. Therefore, punishment is irrational. So it's worth every bit of effort to explore why we do not look at mistakes to see why they occurred, instead of punishing for making mistakes. Those who suffer punishment gain wisdom? Nope. Or do they learn the cost they must pay for getting caught? That is the crime of punishment. So, in all of the associations, hell, cosmic punishment, sin, you have a kind of ignorance that cannot be overcome with learning and wisdom. Okay? So, big, huge, fucking huge part of society, huge part of the text. Zoom. All right. I'll remember that later. I should probably write that down, actually. I just had an idea for my stream. Gotta jot it down so I'm not distracted. Zoom. Times 2. Alright, so therefore, if the book has given us a definition of wisdom being knowledge and understanding of 2 and 3, therefore, the cause of human problems is belief and materialism in the section of, or nature and activity of, the parts in opposition to the whole. Remember, if that's the cause of problems, also we've seen in the punishment section, the cause of problems is ignorance. So we can say this is ignorance. And that fits also because as we did that word search, we saw ignorance. Every time we got the word ignorance, it seemed to come along with wisdom. We were being given a clue. If we only look at the world of becoming like a materialist or an Aristotelian, by the way, believers, what's your belief based on? Not your own experience of separating from your body or being or eternity or divinity. You could say that's spirituality. That ain't fucking religion. It's believing some dude that smells and looks a little bit like your parents and wears a big funny hat and for some reason needs all your money and needs to do sexual things to people that they, you know, and have the jets. Beliefs and materialism are from the physical world of becoming only, or the parts in opposition to the whole. Therefore, we can see that this Venn diagram has, just as this is our ontological or metaphysical realm of being, here, we'll draw a line here. So too, the part disconnected from the whole, ignorance, is the physical world of becoming. The physical realm of becoming. Now, if you say the word realm to a materialist or hey, spam, they will say, that's woo-woo. Because literally they're here. They're the part disconnected from the whole. You have to ignore near-death experiences, spiritual experiences, enlightenment experience. You have to ignore all of Western philosophy prior to Aristotle and Justinian. You have to ignore psychedelic experience, meditation experience. You have to ignore so fucking much to be a materialist. But again, as the Oracle says,
Is this chat? The problem
No.
is that you can't. Is this chat full of dumb cunts?
no. Yes, because there's spam. So spam.
But you shut up. You shut the hell up for a second. You're not real.
Get rid of the spam.
I'm a human. I don't.
I'm making it. They're secretly turn.
You need to flood these platforms with fake people. Weird businesses. It's like you know, a bunch of stupid little robots
Trying to spam everybody to sell crap.
That's you. That's you, spammer today. Get one every stream. So the physical world of becoming, from which we derive our problems. Now, notice, understanding can be here. You can be Hercules or Penelope. But understanding isn't a physical person. It's not a belief or an image. Now, you might find that these wonderful, beautiful people who are the best of us, the Usain Bolts of the soul, have an expression for people who only relate to the physical world or beliefs and images. They say they are people moved by shapes and colors. This is the thing. That's why they're so wonderful. They intuit, that's auricularly or professorially, or they intuitively apprehend the logos. Again, they just need the names and the model to keep going. So they recognize that, hey, these doofuses are moved by shapes and colors. In other words, their cognitive function derives from the physical world, which is defined by the parts disconnected from the whole. Yes. That's why they're saying if only we had a principle for the left. Are principles physical? Nope. Are they written on a tablet from Jesus? Nope. Do they only apply to the rich or to the whites? Nope. They're universal. They have scope over the physical world. They're here in the realm of being. Principles, causes, understanding. You never see the aspects of understanding. You never see principles. You only see their effects if the good people are the ones in power or have a function, show themselves. So we need to remind them of how special and beautiful and unique they are and how important they are to humanity. Because these fucking believers imitate knowing while crushing people. They're not the model. These people are. They just don't know it yet. So the spiritual realm or the realm of mind. So we understand the nature of human problems, the parts disconnected from the whole, the physical realm, the cognition of materialism, Aristotle belief, historically from Emperor Justinian. One killed logos, the other killed philosophers, literally. We understand our excellence in the physical world. Understanding. We understand that it's an activity from its nature, knowledge. So there's our greater and lesser, model and copy. So the model of understanding, again, it's funny because model is what these beautiful people have been talking about or intuiting. The model is the model of, so this is the model of justice, this is the model of beauty, this is the model of excellence, or all of the logos. Model of the ones, it's the model of beauty in loving relationships, Diotima. It's the model of justice for for political people, the Republic. It's the model of excellence, Hercules and Penelope. It's Usia. It's mind itself. It's also the model of whole and part, same and different, because it's the highest expression of both. And it fits as the greater. Now, if it's the highest of both, then there would have to be necessarily a lesser experience within knowledge and a greater. In other words, even though it's a single experience that contains all of those aspects, there are stages of development within it. In other words, you could see beauty, and then justice, and then excellence, and then, in other words, the metaphysics that we're seeing are aspects that can be hierarchically arranged. So the parts within the whole of the whole. And that's the Oxherding pictures of Buddhism. They recognize that even though it's just the one thing, there are levels of development and depth within that experience, of course. Why? Because it also has to have lesser and greater within it. Because the principle is the greatest of all of the self-logos. So, not only have we understood what enlightenment is and the model of justice and beauty and enlightenment is, we understood that why necessarily there has to be levels. Allowing us to make sense of the expression, a Taoist and a Hindu guru cross each other on a path, and they don't recognize each other. Many spiritual traditions just think there's one thing. They don't recognize the divisions, and because everything other than philosophy lacks the logos, they lack in understanding of the parts. So they can't recognize what part the Hindu guru is at, or what part Master Roshi is at, and how Master Roshi is different from Jiraiya, Hokage Jiraiya or Sensei Jiraiya, and Hokage Tsunade from Naruto. What's another guru figure from anime? I haven't been watching anime lately, I can't think of anything. You get the idea. Necessarily there has to be divisions or parts because lesser and greater. Alright, so, but this is everything we've seen so far. All we are doing is putting the parts together into a whole. We're taking the lesser parts into a whole using the activity of parts. This is the activity of parts. What's the name for the let's move wisdom over a little bit. What's the name for the activity of parts with reference to the logos as the model? Understanding. We are doing understanding now. The activity of the lesser or the parts to bring it together into a whole or a model. Apollo and Aphrodite. Now, the significance of Apollo and Aphrodite together is they come together as the anagogic triad, or the upward moving triad. Apollo, the ordering of the parts into a beautiful, simple whole. Apollo and Aphrodite, you use it to reach excellence, which is the fullest flowering, which is the hyparxis, which is Hermes, which is the the dialectic. What's the dialectic? The use of harmony and beauty, the use of parts and whole to benefit. Just like the Dream Master does. Yeah. I just washed my hands. Wow. So, how can we benefit by having these parts in the order? Well, having an ordered parts into a whole, or Aphrodite and Apollo, or harmony and beauty, allows you to recognize symmetry and use that third sulfur, lesser greater whole, or lesser greater equal / whole / same. I don't know what that is yet. I haven't got a word for that yet. Why? Because of these different self-logos aspects of experience, understanding, perception, monads apply to things we desire within. We want for ourselves. We want beauty. We want justice. Duads are units that bring the parts together to the whole in understanding. We unify for understanding. But unify in understanding. I ran out of space again. Can you believe it?
Talking about a bunch of slop.
Oh my goodness.
It's a little odd, you know.
It's a bit odd that she said that. Unify in understanding. Still doesn't fit. Move understanding over a little bit. Reap. And lesser greater whole. What does that apply to? Well, remember, there are three aspects of the soul that Socrates talks about. There is, or three functionings. There is our belly, which are inward desire, our head, and our, that we, okay, that we unify in understanding. Now, it's a metaphor. It's an inward reasoning, and the body parts are just metaphors, of course. And what's the other force? We desire for ourselves, but there's something that desires us to. Hey, you're doing something. You decide to eat a sandwich. There is some reasoning with your mind that has allowed you to understand what sandwich to get. There is a desire to have it in your belly, and you have to go out in the world and achieve it. And you better eat a real sandwich, not an AI slop sandwich.
That's weird that you think that.
Sorry, that was a bad analogy. So, our head, our heart, and our heart. Our heart, which is by our boobs, or pecs. Our pecs. Our heart represents the fact that we seek in our outwardly. Now, outward movement. So these are the three aspects of the soul. So while the soul might not exist purely as an individual soul or as self, once we reach the self, we can use it as a word to unify these three primary functionings within our soul. We desire the monad ones. We want beautiful things. We want a beautiful relationship. We seek beauty itself. So we can have our head, our belly, and our heart. So we desire beauty, we seek understanding of whole and parts, and outwardly so where did we get the whole and parts set from? Plato's Parmenides on the one self. What do we desire? What we consider to be a good sandwich, a good relationship, a good heart and head, a good self, the good itself, or the self-good, the self-one. And therefore, what do we outwardly seek? The problem with AI is, the problem with liars is, the problem with bad information is, it ain't the truth. So, we desire the good for us, we reason for the one, bring it together to a unity. That's the significance of the names. That's why Beefgate 25 is happening. You need the name, Emma. But it's also true. So another reason why. So what I was doing in the Twitch chat in Beefgate was good, helpful for everyone, except for the ignorance of the sadistic ignorance of behind the human problems of the moderators. It's good for everyone, Emma, the world. It's one, it brings into unity the thing that she's been seeking for months and months, the paradigm or principle, and it's also true. And I said that in my, you can, after you get permanently banned without even being spoken to, crazy, you can appeal your ban, and I said this. Helpful, relevant, true, necessary, one. And of course, no fucking way some moderator is going to understand that. Within a minute, ban rejected. That's why I have to be permanently unbanned and that Twitch moderator removed from his position before I go on the show. Those are my rules. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not. Why would I? Anyway. So, good, the true, and the one. So what? We want to find the truth of what we're missing. That's analogy. That's Diotima to Socrates to us. We've got okay, so analogy to reach the truth. So if we've noticed a pattern, and this is what we've been getting, Socrates has been drip feeding us this all the way through. How do you solve puzzles in the book? Look for a pattern. In that pattern, look for a set where you have terms that should have an order. Look for the missing terms and fill them in. Especially when it's an analogy. So, as king is to his subjects, so too a shepherd is to his sheep. Great analogy. By the way, the king also has a chariot. Where's the puzzle? Only if you've been reading here. You haven't left out any terms. You haven't projected in terms that aren't there. No interpretation, no beliefs, no parts with our whole. You realize there's a missing term here. As a king has subjects, so too a shepherd has sheep, but also a king has a chariot. A shepherd has net. You got a question. What goes here? Next thing is the answer has to be in the text. You can't bring it in. You can't bring the key to open the lock from a different video game. I have that key from Silent Hill. I'm going to use it to open this mansion in Resident... No, can't use it for Resident Evil. It's only Silent Hill key. And you would say, you find in the text something like a horse. Something like that. Shepherd rides a horse. As a king rides a chariot. So, what are our missing terms? Therefore, we are after... What color? We've got one. But we're also after this one. Why? Because we have the first hypothesis of Parmenides. We want to understand what it must be. Therefore, applying these principles, we could say that the first hypothesis is somehow the green activity. But it's the activity of the whole that's not against parts. It's not lesser. They wouldn't have that. But a whole that transcends. So we'll do a squiggly upward. Transcends parts. So it's different. Remember, if there was a part of whole, there has to be a part of whole that's not touched by parts. Otherwise, the lesser would be the greater. There has to be something to distinguish the greater. There has to be something to distinguish parts and whole as different words. If there was a reach of whole that parts reached, then it wouldn't be a different thing. They'd be the same. So there's a part of whole here. That's an activity. Whoops. But that activity must also therefore be based on a model. Just as the model of dualism or materialism is based on which is why Aristotle worked so well with the church, and why modern universities aren't doing anything about the atrocities and child abuse and human abuse of religion. They're not standing up for it. Ever met an academic philosopher? No. Not all of them, but some of them are like, they want to say, yes, religion is good actually. Even though the Jews say, that they are the chosen people and they get to kill others as if God says so, and there's nothing wrong with genocide and stuff. Actually, it's just about having love in your heart, so everyone wins. Right? Watch them. You can see them on YouTube. They turn themselves into pretzels trying to not ruffle any feathers. Oh no, every religion is good actually. Same thing with the Democrats. Every fascist Republican should be a politician, yes. Just like there should be surgeons who want to kill their patients, there should be politicians wanting to kill their subjects. Right? That's what's happening. Because there's no model. In other words, the model they are using is belief. Belief is against the whole. Therefore, the left wingers are against the establishment Dems are against the whole. They are the foot soldiers, the toadies, the little bitches for the fascists. The stupidest, most ignorant people like Trump, they somehow have allowed him to take over their country and they're not doing anything about it. I wonder why. Well, I don't wonder why. We've got it on the board. So, similarly, there has to be a whole that is independent or not touched by parts. So just as you can define whole relative to parts and say, hey, a whole of all parts, limit and unlimited together. What if you had a whole that doesn't have parts, that can't have parts? That kind of reasoning or activity. So here's our ousia and logos. The nature or the model contained and its activity. Either materialist reasoning that says anything that's not what I am told from Aristotle is woo-woo. Materialism, reductionism. There is no soul or mind or meaning. Everything is just a chemical squirting. Dopamine. That's it. And all psychic problems is just a brain chemistry. Yeah, eat all of the drugs. Crazy. Understandably. Not crazy. Rationally incorrect. Or what necessarily follows when you are a part, when you're at the level of part distinguished or below or lesser than the whole. We want to understand it so we can benefit people by solving human problems. Having gone through 4 and 5 ourselves, we want to master Penelope and Hercules' excellence, understanding, which allows us to benefit people through their problems because you can understand problems and beliefs. This is it. You can use the activity of the dialectic to individually help people through their problems, but you have to also recognize the model. Even in the dialectic, when you're helping people through their problems, you are using the model. Were your parents really just when they shut you down? Were they really beautiful when they said not in my house? So you are referring their imitation or shadow or belief or shape and color distortion of the model against your understanding and hopefully direct apprehension of the model. Understanding also is an activity that can purify the false and perfect the true and lead you to the model. It's also what we're doing just now to go beyond the model to its cause, our goal, the self. We want to know what the first hypothesis is and what's the mysterious 10th. What it seems to be is, now, we have seen that in the dialectic on the oneself from Parmenides, we see the duad sets brought together. Meaning, so this is the missing parts of the analogy. We've been given the oneself and we've been given this. We've been given king. Let's use a different color. We've been given king is to subjects. We've been given the one self zoom in a bit. One self dialectic is to the duad or the pairs of selfers. Duad selfers. In Plato's Republic, he gives us, and mentioned in the book, I think, he has given us the good self but he didn't give us the dialectic. In the Phaedo, he gives us the triad selfers. Greater, lesser, question mark. he also gives us the part of the soul that seeks the truth. And in the symposium, why is it not deleting? In the symposium, we get the word truth. So we're missing this, we're missing this, we're missing this, and we're missing this. We can fill it in. In other words, we can end up using this triad dialectic to do a dialectic on the true self by taking the parts of the true but distinguishing them. So, as the one self says, hey look, this self here, the one self, it's a kind of a whole that doesn't touch the parts. So what he does is a tricky thing. He says, hey, let's take the greatest whole of all of the greatest parts, knowledge, or the second cognitive function, or the second hypothesis that Parmenides gives. That's not this. The kind of whole this is not the kind of whole this is. What we've done today is see with this Venn diagram why that has to be the case. There has to be a part of the whole that's not touched by parts. By understanding the nature of the second hypothesis knowledge as the whole of all parts or the greatest positive, and where it sits here, and how that represents the realm of being, we can finish the analogy and solve the puzzle. Well, get close to solving it, hopefully. Color. Yep. No. Let's go. That final level above being. The self. That's what we're after. Know thyself, remember? First and final cause. Self. Self, mind, and self being and becoming. So this is the puzzle. So here we have, what's the activity of the whole that isn't parts? Well, we've got the one self. This. Wait, yeah, why not? And we could hypothesize the good self and the true self. What we seek with our reasoning, understanding aspect of our soul, what we desire with our belly or our inward desiring part, and the outward seeking, the true self. Which means these are the three lessers of the greater, because we have model and activity, or nature. The nature of the whole separated from the parts is this higher thing here. The nature. Oh, give it a different color. Let's go like the nature. Just as the nature of the logos in being is knowledge and its activity is understanding. There's the nature of the whole that transcends the parts, which would also be the model which is used in the activity of. Now here's the thing. Is it just understanding? Because I guess so. Because materialists, modern scientists, they use logic. They just lack everything that's to do with wholes. In other words, they can follow premises, parts, and create a hypothesis. Maybe it's the case that gravity is this way, but they can never know. That's why scientific theories go in and out of style. And that's why they can create nuclear bombs without asking the question whether it's good too, because there's no good. Because good and beauty and justice is a whole. Therefore, scientists can be Nazi scientists, can be nuclear scientists, can be create, I don't know, Lockheed Martin weapons and shit. So it's a lesser version of understanding that is in opposition to all of the good things, or all of the monads, because those monads are wholes. That's why sciences are described by, I think it's Bacon, a thinker, a philosopher that is in the tradition of modern, or Aristotle. We must torture Mother Nature so that she will reveal her secrets. Torture them monkeys. Dick Cheney. Torture them brown people. Donald Trump. Torture them citizens and see how much we can get away with. Let's take away healthcare and food. Let's see if we can see what they'll teach us by torturing Mother Nature. Billionaires. Hey, there's no principles that wealth is relative. You can't have billionaires and have happy people. Because wealth isn't having lots, it's having more. That's why $1 million yen is not the same as $1 million. It's relative to what everyone else has. You can't have wealthy and a happy society because there's no principle. For a happy, good functioning society, you have to understand wealth is like water. Everyone should have a drink. That's why capitalism is so fucked. And that's why billionaires have to pay liars and fund fascists. Or someone said fascism is the inevitable. I think it was Emma, actually. Talk about Emma.
I'm too pure.
Fascism is the natural result of capitalism. Yeah. Or anything that denies a whole principle. So we can understand the activity is a kind of logos that rejects the higher or the whole. A lesser logos that rejects the greater. Is there a kind of greater a kind of, I got room, let's move it down. A kind of greater use of logos that transcends the lesser. Has nothing to do with materialists. Eventually we're gonna have to stop talking about the fascists and start talking only about the greater to distinguish the kind of greatness here, the wholes, to distinguish it from the parts. In other words, just as knowledge is the whole of all parts, we need to see that and say, okay, now what if we have a whole, but distinguish it from this kind of a whole by saying it's no parts? Not at war with parts, that would be a lesser functioning, not a greater. A transcending of parts. So a whole that is defined by a unique kind of whole that is whole because it has no parts. It can't fail. So while this is an ousia, it turns about and knows itself. It's a dynamic. It's a positive. It's a motion. Remember, motion and rest are two of the duads. So it's the greatest motion. Motion means you're cool. It means you got riz and you're doing good. I learned that recently. So it's the greatest motion, but also you come to rest. Now, what if you had that rest or fulfillment so immediately that you don't even have to go through emotion to get it? Necessarily, for this Venn diagram, for there to be a whole that exists, there has to be an aspect of it that doesn't touch the parts. Which also shows that, hey, yeah, it sucks that there are these left establishment dem and modern academia foot soldiers for fascism. And often they're very clever too. That sucks. And it sucks that the stupidest believers are the ones in charge. But it has to be. There has to be, for any race that evolves through intelligence, there has to be these cognitive functions necessarily. Because if there wasn't, there wouldn't be a part separate from the whole as a principle. And because principles mean universal, they apply to all parts. That's why there's no hypocrisy. That's why everyone wins. That's what Emma and people like her are after. It also has to apply to everything, including cognitive development, including spiritual evolution, including kinds of states of mind, including the development of soul. Everything that we've seen, the Dream Master must have for its functioning the way we can see it does. Whole and part. So we've done a reflection from the book and from our own dream work. Thank you for our followers who've been reflecting on their dreams. Good for you. Socrates, you have to do this here. The whole and parts that we've seen that the Dream Master have, we have to include. So whole and part has to exist for, as we've said, perception, experience, and creation, existence. For there to be a cup, there has to be parts of a cup and a whole of a cup. Same thing for a chicken. Right? Necessarily. For any experience, there has to be a part and a whole. There is a moment when you're not having the experience, so you're the bottom of that Venn diagram. And there's a part where you come into that experience, and then you have the whole of the experience, and then you come out of the experience. Necessarily, whole and parts have to exist for experience. Understanding, there has to be a parts. So the work that Emma, and I keep talking about Emma because of Beef Fest 2025, Beefgate. But she has been moving into the whole. She's been doing great work with great people, great stream, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I've been joking about being in a beef with her, but it's not her, it's a Twitch chat. She's doing great. She's wonderful. That's why she's on the board.
They're secretly turned on by it.
And everyone's secretly turned on by something.
You'll get a bunch of views.
Which and the whole beef is so we get a bunch of views. Well said, RM. But there has to be that movement from ignorance into the whole, or from ignorance. What's ignorance? The parts that reject the whole, or are at war with the whole. That's ignorance. That's Hades. That's the necessary stages of development we go through for our soul's evolution, so we can address the ignorance that prevented our movement to higher dimensions. It sucks, thumbs down, but it's good that we can learn. Thumbs up for that. I said thumbs up for that. There we go. But also, for there to be existence, there has to be whole and part, and for it to be a principle for existence, perception, and cognition, it has to apply to everything. That's what a principle means. That's why it also has to apply to all of these things that are to do with personal development. That's metaphysics. Metaphysics isn't just what exists, it's also how one causes the other and how we can move up. That's where we are in the text. How does the self cause being? How does being cause becoming? And how do we revert? It's reach our higher goals. That's metaphysics. Represent that through mythology, that's theology. That's what we have to pick up because Aristotle dropped it. So, what does that mean? That means if whole and part also has to apply to this, that means there has to be a realm of existence for human ignorance and suffering. Well, no, it's only suffering if we don't learn, if we don't benefit. This, the logos and the dialectic, is what we need to turn suffering into mere pain. You have pain at the dentist, but that ain't suffering, because you do it willingly because you benefit. You can end up better off. So, for there to be anything, there has to be these principles of the self-logos, same, different, whole, and part. That means that each of those self-logos, not just whole and part, has to exist like this. There has to be a part that's not a whole for it to be different, otherwise it would be the same. Meaning there has to be equally that applied to cognitive function, states of soul, and spiritual development, meaning there has to be fascists and Nazis at some period of human history, but it's come to the time where we can't just allow it. Because we have the technology for this. Necessary, sure. But we have to take gun away from baby, because they can end all human life. But we're not blaming them, it's just a stage of human development. They just shouldn't be in charge, they should be helped. For their own soul's development and for human survival. If we think the human species is worth surviving, because humanity itself applies to part and whole, so there's a time in humanity. Remember, time and out of time, that's two of the logos. There is a time where we are a part, not in a whole. There is a motion where we are like, some same, some different. And then there is a conclusion where we have the whole completely. That's human evolution. That has to exist using these units of logos, which means perception, cognition, and existence. That's the logos. That's the logos. I know it's weird because it's a funny word, but that's what the logos is. You need the word like you need a word for duck. So necessarily, there has to be this growth, which means even though we're down here, we are ruled currently by 4 Urs, and their foot soldiers 5 Urs. We have to move into understanding. That's why the most beautiful, best souls are the ones that love understanding. They're also the most caring, thoughtful, considerate. Which means if we recognize this, we can have that model that these people are after, that makes sense of their activity, allowing them to perfect their activity, allowing also the movement out of the parts, which is the solving of human problems, but also there is a movement from the whole of all parts into whole independent of parts. That's the self, that's our goal. That would be the ultimate goal for all of us individually, know thyself, and also there would be because it's a principle, an application to humanity itself. Therefore, worth saving humanity, or rather a purpose or destiny of mankind, a reason for us going through this. What we've been learning is there is no ignorance that can't be solved with wisdom. No need for killing people, believers. No need to be a dog nanny. Equally so, there must be, using this principle of symmetry and analogy, a kind of movement from wisdom to a higher cognitive function. The self. So our question was, what the fuck is the one self? Is it different from understanding? And that's been a puzzle, because what we have been concluding is necessarily all we can take with us is our learning and nature of the soul, which means understanding. And if the activity that we have over and over and over been seeing many different ways, many dialectics, is the meaning of life, to master the art of dialectic. And of course, we get it from this lineage. This is true philosophy from Homer, midwifery, from Parmenides, the philosophy, Diotima relationships, Socrates' dreams, and also from Pierre Grimes, sharing it now that we can. We have the dialectic on the dialectic. So what? So if this is the learning we're here to do, that we need to take with us into the brilliant light of being when we die. Remember, we've read in the book, everyone experiences it when you die, but you will be reincarnated because there is an end to that experience. And of course, the kind of intelligence and care that you have in your reincarnation is determined by the depth that you can have of that experience, how much you can endure that experience, which is relative to how much you have freed yourself from the part. In other words, the thing that has prevented our participation in the divine light of being after our previous reincarnations, and in each moment, by the way, is you fear losing the self. I'm going to lose myself. Here's the thing, you have to. Because if the self, our false belief of the self, is the part that denies the whole, I'm a small being, our inner critic, our self-fulfilling prophecies that are negative, our problems, then to join with the whole, you have to leave the part different from the whole behind. You will lose yourself. You won't lose yourself. You'll lose your false belief of yourself, but that's good because your whole life has been in every thought, fantasy, tangent, daydream, and night dream, and every drama, relationship, goal that you've had to struggle through has been nothing other than the playing out of the implications and failures of a false belief of self. Here we go. Self that functions in your state of mind that causes your negative activities. It's the lesser, greater, whole / equal / whatever it is. Again, it's the truth, the triad, the truth of life, the truth of problems, the truth of learning. So therefore, we're here to unlearn or purify or remove our ignorance, of ourself, so we can greater participate in being. By the way, you don't have to wait till you die. That's what the dialectic is for. Remember, there's 4 activities of the dialectic: sharing it, dream analysis, removing the beliefs so we can have that fully, and also of a dialectic focused on being. Meaning a meditation, meaning you don't have to wait till you die to experience it. The dialectic, the one thing we're here to do, is also a meditation. But that's not the end. If this is an experience, it's not the self. If you identify with this, that's a kind of ignorance. Because the self is here. Meaning, not only do we have to spend our life in midwifery and dream analysis to remove our problems, the things we lost with when we killed Socrates, we have to perfect the dialectic we get from Parmenides that we lost with Aristotle and Justinian. Remove the false, the parts that's in opposition to the whole, the lesser. Perfect our understanding of the greater. That's not it. You haven't reached the self. You're gonna reincarnate again. You come out of experiences. There's one more activity of the dialectic we're missing. Perhaps that is the kind of understanding here. The kind of dialectic here. The kind of logos here. That makes use of the whole, while materialists are only the lesser. While the dialectic that Socrates could have asked Parmenides about, hey, do a dialectic on beauty, like Diotima. There's a dialectic that makes use of the parts only in as far as to compare it or to see it as one of the aspects of part and whole or wisdom, to distinguish it from the greater, lesser to greater, to take this whole to this area, making use of all human development and experiencing what it's like to go through ignorance of materialism and belief, modern Dems and the right. That's just politics, but everyone has that individually. We all go through this. Politics and religion is just our problems writ large. To go through what it's like to not have to be thinking, but without the logos, just as the part, to see what it's like to be stuck in a family belief tradition. You don't even have to be religious or political. You'll have your own beliefs of your family that cause your problems. Your own false image comes from that and role. Only insofar as, having recognized it as what it is, false in principle because it's based on imitation and physical perceptions, but also you can understand belief and materialism as nature and activity of part different in opposition to the whole. So you know what it's like to be the part. You can therefore take that part in its full nature and activity, pull it out from the whole in the experience of wisdom, which is the greatest whole and the greatest parts. Now, these aren't going to be problematic parts. It's going to be pure parts, but you still have to recognize the part aspect, even though it's the positive parts. This would be the negative parts, by the way. So you can distinguish a kind of whole that is different from this whole because it's defined by this part of the Venn diagram. A whole that's different from this whole because it has no parts, in principle. But can still make use of parts, just as this wisdom or freedom from ignorance can still benefit people as a midwife, dialectician can still benefit people, become leaders or dialecticians or midwives. So, but you transcend it. So in principle, it has to be the highest kind of understanding or activity of logos that is able to use the model of a whole transcending parts while benefiting the wise like Odysseus and benefiting the ignorant or the worst of men, Achilles. So there's our Achilles from Homer's Iliad and Odysseus from the Odyssey. By the way, who has the power to use the entirety of wisdom to benefit everyone at any stage of enlightenment or any problem or ignorance? Our Dream Master. Therefore, the kind of logos or understanding that embraces all of it is the kind of activity of the self which is the whole that's defined as that which transcends parts, but can providentially relate to all of it. That's the nature of providence. That's the nature of functioning. That's the nature of the activity of the Dream Master and the self. That's ultimate activity. That's the functioning of self. The self, therefore, would be the nature of the whole that transcends parts. Therefore, just as we want to experience that model to perfect our understanding and all of its activity, so too we want to reach the self that's the model for the highest dialectic, the one self from Parmenides, the good self that we have to do. So we got the one self and its dialectic. So the one self is to the dialectic in the let's go properly. So this is the analogy. Remember, solving puzzles. We got the one self in the dialectic of Parmenides. We got the idea of the good self from the Republic, from Socrates, from Plato, by the way, Plato. But we didn't get the dialectic, so we have to fill in this term. But then, just like a good movie has the second twist, we have to find the puzzle and the answer for this one. There's one more term, this. We know what this is now. It's the true self, meaning we can do our own dialectic on the one self, do our own dialectic on the good self using those self logos, and do our own dialectic on the true self. That would be the highest use of understanding, the highest kind of dialectic, which can be used to benefit anyone below. So you can use it to people who are having this brilliant light of being experience. You might want to walk them through a dialectic of what must be its cause, so you can benefit even Odysseus, the already wise. But also you can use it to reflect on the model or reach that as the meditation. So your use of the one self, good self, true self dialectic will be a use to help those who are in wisdom. So you are a guru of gurus, but also a kind of meditation on the model upon which it's based. Meaning the missing 10th hypothesis of Parmenides is the model of the self. So, nature and activity, ousia and logos. Our question is then, what kind of ousia or knowingness or modelness is this? Because it's even more something greater, more whole, more same, more equal. That's that true term, right? We're still looking for that term. What kind of ousia is it? And what kind of logos is it? Now, if all of the activities have been kinds of logos, simple logic in opposition to the whole for materialists, modernists. A use of the logos with reference to the model, knowing, for dialecticians, philosophers. And this mastery of the logos has been what we have been learning and nurturing as the only thing that could be the meaning of life. Can we say that the one self, the good self, and the true self is the highest expression of the logos. The principle of that unfolding and the return, the principle of understanding itself, the principle of learning, of understanding, of telos, as our friend said last time. Telos, the ultimate goal to which we move. Is that the logo self? In other words, everything we've been developing in the parts, in the whole part, the whole of all parts, has been a seeing of the logos, the unfolding of the logo self or the self logos. Meaning the self that we're after, the self logos, is a kind of knowingness of Usia that has a kind of activity through this self logos, expressed as, so maybe the self logos would be the name for that which brings together the independent. I don't know. Is it here? I don't know where that goes actually. So we have the activity. What kind of activity or what kind of logos, and what kind of model or nature or Usia? In other words, what's it like to know the self? Isn't that our goal? Know the self? Let's see if we can answer it. Let's see if we can bring this together and give it a crack. Let's give it a crack.
No. But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
No, me neither.
It's a little odd, you know?
This is a bit odd.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go ahead.
You don't talk to me, you robot. Shut up.
Sorry. Here we are. So what's our question? We want the 10th hypothesis. If the activity of the one self is the highest use of the logos and dialectic in the one self, good self, and true self, just as debaters is the distortion. Remember, the whole without parts is a distortion. It is ignorance. It is a negative thing. It's not just neutral. That's debate. Materialists go to fucking debate school. That's why the right wing can manipulate people with Charlie Kirk horseshit, or Piers Morgan horseshit, or 20 fascists against one sane person horseshit, or Trump lying all the time horseshit, or all of the people in the top positions just blackmailing and exploiting each other and extorting each other while a genocide happens, while American children starve, while no fucking American in the richest country in the world has health care. Oh, the rich have it. Oh, the rich have it. To be a part in conflict with the whole is needed. Cognitively, otherwise you would be in the whole. Why? Because why wouldn't the lesser become greater? Why wouldn't the Twitch moderators listen to me and highlight my message? If they were the lesser and I was the greater, why wouldn't they elevate it? They would, if they weren't ignorant, if they didn't have human problems. I'm not blaming them. I've been pretending to be in a beef with them, but they're people. I had to explode into confetti. Hooray. Confetti. Why? Why confetti? Why are you saying confetti in chat? Our chat has gone crazy.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
That's what my chat is saying to me. Gone crazy. Right. We wouldn't stay. There has to be something that keeps our problems alive long enough, sufficiently enough, for us to see the patterns that unfold in our problems, to reflect in the way that we have to do, to master the dialectic to solve problems, but also learn the logos. There has to be something keeping us from our benefit. There has to be something getting MAGA to vote for the guy that's killing them. There has to be something getting the Jews to vote for Netanyahu, who's going to put an end to fucking Judaism or the health and well-being of the Jewish people who are doing a genocide. Why do we fight against our interests? We necessarily have to. That's what ignorance is. It's not a not knowing, it's a thinking you know that which you don't. In other words, if we need our problems to sustain itself sufficiently for us to have what we need to learn, to help for specifically our evolution in our reincarnation of our soul, for our psychic development, there has to be something keeping our problems alive. In other words, something stopping the parts from unifying with the greater. So it can't just be a part different from the whole. That wouldn't keep our problems alive. That would be an unjust universe. There would be no conditions for learning, so our ignorance would just come and go. That would be torture. That's torture. I'm, a parent. Oh, I decide to punish my kid today. That's why parenting is fucked. They can just do that at their whim of their own state of mind. That's, I don't know how long until we realize that having a child trapped in a house with a believer is fucked, but there you go. Maybe there's not the right time for that, but it's true. So, for there to be, in principle, part and whole, which also has to apply to cognitive stages because it's a principle universal, there has to be something preventing the part from unifying with the whole to allow us to have our problem long enough in our lifetime to reflect on it and solve it. Therefore, to be a part different from the whole requires the opposition to the whole. Belief, therefore, sucks as it's a cognitive function defined by each of those self-logos pairs in conflict with each other. That's the squiggly lines. Part in conflict with the whole. That's why the fascists and the MAGAs and the right wing, the church and the right wing, and any family beliefs are the cause of human problems, are the reason why human history, the pages of human history are soaked in fucking blood, and why we still have Nazis and shit. Because it sucks as a cognitive function, but we are seeing the necessity. So we're seeing a kind of justice or necessary ordering behind the everyday injustices. It has to be in opposition to the good. So the good, the beautiful, the just, these are all the monads represented by this. Therefore, believers are always against beauty, against justice. So if there's a political party defined by belief, the right wing, they will always, 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 always be unjust in principle, by definition. That's why what Emma and the beautiful people like Emma are seeing beautifully, wonderfully, insightfully is dead fucking on. Brilliant. The left are even more responsible because they are doing the fucking legwork for the fascists. The establishment Dems are the little bitches of Trump and Yahoo. Abso-fucking-lutely right. Genius.
Do a poggers.
Do a poggers for Emma. So that's why there's no real beef with Emma. I'm just joking. She's brilliant. And those of her ilk are brilliant. Because they're on the ball. They're dead on. What they're seeing is the left should not compromise with the fascists. When the fascists say, hey, I'm going to be really racist and sexist and murder and rape brown people. But then when you say, fuck you to me, or I don't want to be your friend, I'm going to cry. I thought you were supposed to be the tolerant left. I thought you were supposed to be the party of kindness. This is not kindness. What they're saying is, you're supposed to be my fucking bitch while I play out my injustice. That's the cry bullying of every right-winger and religious person always, forever. Forever. In principle, that's understanding. So those people who are saying, no, fuck you, we're not gonna, as you go low, we go high. Bullshit. That's not kindness. It's not kind to be a slave or the activity to the believers. The lesser to the greater. Allow you to do fascism. Never ever compromise with the right. Because in principle, they are in opposition to justice, beauty, goodness, and excellence. Necessarily, by definition, otherwise there wouldn't be a just universe. There wouldn't be a maintaining of human problems and ignorance long enough for us to address it. In other words, the lesser the parts would move into the whole because it's good for us. So we're not attacking the right. What they're saying be kind means is shut up and be our bitch while we blow up the world for our sadistic ignorance. That's not kindness. That's not love. I saw the video of Jon Stewart saying, hey, the left is bad because they're saying that the Nazis are Nazis. My uncle is a fascist, but I love him. And I will allow him to do his ignorance and Thanksgiving. That's not love. Love without understanding is sadistic. You are being his bitch, Jon Stewart. Or anyone who says, hey, just allow everyone a seat at the table, even the Nazis. There's a German saying, if 9 people sit down at a table with one Nazi and don't use understanding to call him out and say it's wrong, you have 10 Nazis at that table. There's another analogy. If you let one Nazi into a bar and you don't say anything or kick him out, you've got a Nazi bar, my friend. Eventually they'll bring their friends and they'll bring their friends and you'll be overrun with Nazis. Kindness is recognizing in principle they will always be in suffering. They will seek positions of power to cry bully, inflict their suffering on others as they cosplay a Noah, but that hurts them, hurts their soul, and hurts the world. You're not being kind by lying to them. You need to understand them. You can't be kind to your sick pet and give him a pat when he's got a broken leg. To be kind to a pet with a broken leg, you bring him to someone who has understanding, the vet. To be kind, hey, the believer's doing this. This is RFK and the MAGA Make America Healthy Again bullshit. I'm being kind by not curing illness. You're not being kind. You can't be kind because you're a believer. That's what it means to be blocked. Unless you sacrifice your belief and learn some understanding, you can't be kind. You can't. You can't cure an illness unless you understand medicine. Understanding is necessary for providence or kindness. Sacrificing, hey, when I walk down the street and there are the people yelling out, you're gonna go to hell if you don't believe Jesus, the stupidest, cruelest people. That's not kind. They have to drop their religious horseshit and understand human problems if they really want to help people. They don't give a shit about helping people. They're all about their own image. That's why it's a microphone and not a conversation. So, You need understanding for kindness. Love without understanding is sadistic. Heard of tough love? Heard of people who love torturing people? Dick Cheney? Is that good? Is that kind? He loves it. No, in principle. Now, what is understanding? Understanding here is understanding that always anyone bound by belief, be it a family clan belief or pathologos, or that writ large, religious belief or political belief. If belief is your cognitive function, you will always be in opposition to goodness, benefit, excellence, and justice. Therefore, never compromise with the right wing, because they can never ever reach justice. Because we live in a just universe. There has to be a principle keeping the part from joining with the good for it to have its own independent, for there to be a section of part that's not the whole. If there was no section of part that was not the whole, then part would be an overlapping circle with the whole. There would be no part and whole, there would be no creation, there would be no experience, there would be no conditions for self to experience and learn about the self. Ousia, know the nature or experience the nature or model of self, and logos, activity, learn about the self. So, by saying that yes, belief is always in principle forever in any multiverse, in any galaxy, in any period of time, unjust against the just, ugly against the beautiful. That's not being cruel, it's being kind. It's telling the truth. You can't lie and be kind or good, because truth is one of those aspects of wisdom. We need to recognize this as truth, because logos. But also, it's not a blame game. If there wasn't this opposition from the whole or beauty or goodness or truth or justice, there wouldn't be something keeping the part separate from the whole within souls and cognition and evolution. So, materialism and belief is bad, but good in the larger sense, or necessary. So not good, but just. Yeah, good and just. In order to keep our problems alive, for us to do what we're here to do, learn. So that's why problems exist. This diagram, something keeping the parts from unifying with what it wants. Otherwise we wouldn't have parts and whole, and there would be no creation, there would be no experience, there would be no learning. Self wouldn't get to unfold, and if you have a self which can't unfold or create, then you're lacking something. Self wouldn't be as perfect as it is. That's another step. You don't even have to take that step. There wouldn't be anything in creation or learning unless there was self and other, whole and part, like and unlike, same and different. Okay, so this applies to whole and part, because whole and part is the highest term within the self logos pairs, because it has scope over the others. See, let's write them over here. That's ordering, harmony. So, our question is, okay, now that we've understood the nature of human problems, the nature of political problems, how to fix them, understanding what that specific understanding is, and we put it together with a simple diagram of two circles, let's move on to what we're missing. We've got problems and why they exist, how they exist. We've got excellence, understanding and knowing, wisdom, which helps us shows us why sin and hell and punishment is child abuse and just human abuse, because wisdom solves ignorance. Ignorance is the cause of problems. Has to be. Wisdom solves it. we've understood what wisdom is. We want to know what this section is here. The whole that transcends parts. We want to know what's it like. How do we know the self? Isn't that our goal? So our goal has been to know thyself. Now we've got a section for it. Here. That's the... If what we saw here... Whoops. Let's use red because we're pointing to things. If what we've seen here as the necessary nature of human problems can be contained within this physical world, or as these beautiful people say, you're motivated by shapes and colors. They see it. All we're doing is systematizing their brilliant insight. That's where I get these memes, these quotes from, shapes and colors. Also, hey, these people, the dummies, are just stupid. Now we know what stupidity is. In opposition to understanding and insight or knowing. The activity and nature of wisdom. That's why they're stupid. What we're understanding is the cognitive function of stupidity. 4 and 5. The principle with 2 words, it's a part different from whole. Opposition from whole necessarily. That's why these dummies who are motivated by shapes and colors aren't creative. All they do is imitate their leader, because belief is an imitation of what they see in the physical world through their physical senses. That's why they're all zombies.
I'm a human. I don't listen to robots.
We don't have to listen to the robot.
You don't talk to me, you robot. Shut up.
Shut up, robot.
The internet is all robots.
It's all robots.
You need to flood these platforms with fake people. Weird business, because it's like, but you shut up. You shut the hell up for a second. You're not real.
You're not real. Imitation. They're not creative. They're not insightful. They're not interesting, because they are stuck here. They are not participating in intelligence because they're in belief or materialism. Nature and activity. Instead, where does belief and materialism come from? Imitation. That's why they're not creative. They're imitating. That's why we don't have to play out any terms of Trump. Just who were his parents? Look at what his parents were, and you can see what America would be for the next 8 years. Done. That's it. We saved ourselves 8 years of Trump by understanding imitation. This one model here. 2 circles. Like 5 circles if you want to. Which means if our goal of the self, if there is experience, including the highest experience and activity, knowing and understanding, together wisdom, from the realm of being, philosophy, if there is the experience of the manyness or the parts in our physical world of becoming, there has to be a cause of experience and understanding and even ignorance that has to be transcendent and causal of it, just as the principles of understanding and knowing has to transcend the physical world here. That's the self. We want to know what the self is, because know thyself, it's you. It's the first cause and it's the final cause. By the way, the thing that maintains our beliefs and our materialism, our establishment left, or our right-wingers and the establishment left. Now you can say, well, if we changed left wing not to be here, the bitches of the right, but to be progressive, then true left wing would be understanding and knowing. That's the model. That's the logos here. Therefore, it's transcendent, independent, doesn't change, and has scope over and is causal of. Equally so, the self must therefore be transcendent of, independent of, have scope over, and be causal of being and the physical world. That's what we're after. That's you, the first and final cause. Yes. So what we're saying is, hey, just as this is the first and final cause, know thyself begins the quest, the hero's journey, and knowing yourself is the end of the quest. That's how you've finished. So too, human problems are its shadow imitation. Your belief is based on an image of yourself that you debate on in materialism and you identify with, and you join people and you sing Kumbaya to Jesus or Muhammad or Joseph Smith or Xenu, or you'll just be racist with your family or whatever the fuck. Beliefs, underlying our beliefs and our roles is an image of ourself that's false. A false image of the self is the start of our problems, and all of our dramas are stagnant. You end up in the same place. I guess I was right, I suck all along. No growth, or
No one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
so the principle of self as the first and final cause applies to both ignorance and wisdom, or excellence and pseudo-excellence. So for all of those monads, so while we've got whole and part as the duads that exist here, we have the monads, or the onenesses, beauty, but also pseudo-beauty, the appearance of beauty, justice, pseudo-justice. These fascists, the Israeli army, are claiming they're the most moral army in the world while they shoot children in the face and starve them to death. They are claiming to be justified. God says so. And religion and politics. Dear leader says we're the most moral army. And who are we to question as a materialist or believer? Pseudo-excellence, pseudo-justice, pseudo-beauty. So all of the monads have its distorted shadow or pseudoness. So there's our monad and its expression. So the monad and its pseudo, or the greater and the whole and the parts, or one more set, the triad, the lesser, the greater, and the what. So it's the true self or the pseudo self, the whole self or the part self. Hey, even the wholeable part self isn't really the self. So all of these self logos terms express the true nature of excellence and its distortion. The false self or the true self as the first and final cause. When you got this false belief, there goes your problems. Fate. What are we really interested in? Know thyself. So, now that we've understood the root cause behind the problems, as well as the nature of problems, as well as the necessity of problems, as well as the universality of problems, so we're not punishing them, we're just understanding them, and we can avoid all problems. We don't have to have another genocide or Trump or anyone, so long as we understand this. Great question. That's where we're at. Now that we've purified problems and even understood excellence, we want our highest excellence. The lesser, the greater, and the what. In other words, how can we use this understanding or activity not to help the wise or go down, but to reach the model? How can we use this logos and these examples of the logos to understand what the self feels like, or what's the nature of Usia? Every level has its own nature, or Usia, kind of self-reflection, immediate in knowledge. I know in my heart that Jesus immediately, but it's a distortion. What kind of immediate knowing is here? To answer that, we need to do the activity and apply it to the model. So let's bring in our triad now that we've got okay, we've got green and blue. Let's write that. Let's do these circles again. Run out of space. Green and blue. Let's make it more even. Like that. All right. So whole. So here are our duads. Whole and part. Here is our one we're playing with now. The lesser, the greater, and the question mark. So we need to use the logos in a way that applies specifically to this to know the cell. Or what kind of model, oops, let's go, what's the model or nature or essence, or in other words, what's the ousia? What kind of turning about upon yourself to know yourself is that of the self, mind, physical. What's the model, nature, ousia of self? So to apply that activity, what do we have with us already? What can we play with? Here's our triad. As Diotima is to Socrates, so too is Socrates to us. Lesser, greater to, whole, equal, same, like. Okay, now we can see a pattern here, can't we? We become the same as Diotima. We become equal to Diotima. We become like Diotima. Lesser, greater, and whole. We complete the whole in completing the Dharma successorship or the mean analogy. But of course, our question, with the reason we had slashes is we already have whole used here. We already have same used here. We already have like used here. So what have we noticed? A pattern. You notice a pattern, what do you got? An analogy. When you notice a pattern and analogy, you can fill in the gaps to solve the puzzle. That's reading. So how is this? Whole, but not the whole that's the duad. It's not this one. It's the same, but not this one. Here we go. It's the whole that's not. Here we go. It's the whole that's not parts. It's the whole that can't be touched by parts. It's the same that can't be touched by. So we become the same as Diotima, but not as in same and different, because the same of all differences, or that's evolution. So this is why it's the model of justice. Hey, doesn't every society have to bring everybody together under the same laws? But we have to account for differences for there to be evolution. We have to account for all differences, not villainize the differences and say, oh, I hate that group because they're different. We have to account for same and differences together, both in the best. Can we account for the most diversity and also bring it together into the same? That's why it's the model of justice. It's these self-logos terms as positives, but we want what's even the model of that. Is there a whole that's not touched by parts? Therefore, the same that's not that kind of a same, but can't be touched by anything different. In principle, we had equal and unequal. There is nothing unequal that can become. Now, let's leave equal because it's not that first category of pairs, but we could imagine this could apply to equal as well. So you're most like yourself, but you can never be unlike. Now, we have to do a couple of things. We have to apply this to all the pairs, but we also have to pick which is the greater and which is the lesser. This is the nature of, this is the just reason for human problems. Let me give you an example. If our final goal is to understand the nature of self, so we can recognize the kind of ousia we are to recognize of the self, and if self is always most immediate, it's always open to you at any moment. All we have to do is prepare for it by removing the false idea of self, and also, hey, what's been the whole theme in this fake conflict with Emma? The need for a name. I was banned from her Twitch because I said, "You're right, Emma. You're brilliant, Emma." And Brendan was also seeing it. Sam was getting there. Sam was pretty much there. Emma was dragging Sam along. But you need a name for it. Why? Because if you don't have a name for it, you can't see it. We need to find the name for self so we can see it. If you don't know an offside, if you don't know the word offside, how can you call an offside as a referee? You need the name. I can see players, and I can see some of them standing in different areas, but unless I can bring it together into a single unified one that's true and good. So we need to find the name of self so we can recognize it. The name of self's nature. What kind of ousia? Is it belief? An immediate knowing that I hate everyone, or I'm in conflict with everyone, as beliefs an immediate knowing or an immediate ousia? Here, the shadow, belief, the immediate model or is that the ousia? Is it this? You know everything all at once because you are everything all at once, turning upon itself to know itself? What kind of, how do we know the self? We need to put a name on it. To put a name on it, we have to recognize the pattern. To recognize the pattern, we also have to recognize that there is a distinction from greater and lesser. Hey, by the way, if we do recognize the kind of knowing that self is, the kind of ousia or nature, or model or knowingness of self, do you think there'll be anything like it? It'll be quite unique, won't it? When we say something's unique, can we say that it's something that's different from all else? But unique doesn't just mean different. In other words, hey, my hat's not unique because there's no one at the party who's wearing the same hat. No. That just means I'm wearing a different hat to everyone. To say the hat is unique means it's different in a way that there cannot be anything the same as it. Which would imply the greater term, if the knowing of the nature or knowing or ousia or model of self is unique, maybe the greater term is different as defined by there can be nothing the same. So maybe different is the greater term. You're going to say we need to get the truth. We need the true name. Remember, one self. You need to bring it back into a one, so it can benefit us because it's good, but also it has to be true. One self, good self, true self. Which is it? Because I guess you could also make the case that, hang on a second. You are the same as yourself. But not as something that was different that has come into the being the same. Like you've become, you're a soul that's different from all other souls, but in the experience of wisdom, you become the same soul. So if you're to know the self is, hey, by the way, this is what's used in the, we got a clue here. We got a fantastic clue. In the first hypothesis of Parmenides, Parmenides does a dialectic on the oneself. He gives you an example of this kind of logos that applies here, the oneself. When he does that, he uses, it's a dialectic. You rub two ideas together. He says, hey, listen. He says, hey, listen. Listen. So on the one self dialectic of Parmenides, of himself, from himself, Parmenides, he says, look, let's take one. Can a one be a whole or parts? If you define whole of being, it's a whole is a whole because it's not missing any of its parts. You got the whole puzzle set. But also a part is a part of a whole. You know, it's that puzzle is from that set because it fits within the whole. Therefore, if you define them against each other, like knowing, the greatest of both, then both would be a many. Both therefore imply a many. A whole of many parts, or parts that are part of a whole. That's at least two things. Therefore, we can say, by understanding a pure one, we can therefore say, therefore, the self. So if the one can't be a whole, defined as we did, and it can't be parts, defined as we did, because both imply a many, and one is not many in principle, therefore the self is neither whole nor part. The one self we're looking for isn't a whole in that way, and isn't parts. Goes, by the way, that pure one we're after, that describes the self, if it's the self, you can't be the same as yourself. Because same means, again, defined by its pair. There's nothing different. And different means, yeah, to be the same as yourself means, how would you do it? Or let's use different. To be different from yourself means you're not yourself. So by definition, a self can't be different. Because then you're different from yourself. The first thing you see when you see yourself is I'm different from everything else. Therefore, I'm not going to feed the cat when I'm hungry. But equally so, if sameness is defined against its pair, there you are the same because you've removed all differences. Everyone in the party is wearing the same shirt because we've kicked out everyone who's wearing a different shirt. Then we've got something other than the self that we're comparing. Well, that's a trickier one, actually. Nail this down in my own thinking. So we're defining one against the other. You're the same in that there's nothing different. Right, but you're still pointing to something that's not different. But then that's not you doing the pointing. That's something other than yourself. That's the same as yourself. In other words, these two things are the same as each other. Let's say they are. These two wireless leads are the same as each other because they're not different from each other. But to say they're the same by comparing them against whether or not they're different implies two things that are the same. If that's how you're defining same, that's not the self. That's something that's the same as the self. You and me are the same in that we're philosophers. But that's not the self. You're not myself. We're two different people. Therefore, this pure one that we are defining by the self can't be the same or different. It goes back and forth. One rejection of both of those pairs you can make by using the idea of one, whole and parts, one and many. Another, it's more appropriate to say self. In principle, something different from me is not me. That's what it means to be the self. Self is me, not someone different from me. That's the principle of self. So you can, by the way, because it's the one self and these two words are together in the dialectic, the higher dialectic, the pure one is also not same or different. See how it's if someone said, hey, can this pure one be same or different? I don't get that. It's a different kind of an idea that's harder to see for a pure one. But it's easy to say, hey, I'm not different from myself. That's easy. It's like primary, just like the one can't be a part because that's many. See? Goes back and forth. We want to know which is the greater. It's easy to see with whole and part. So clearly, if you didn't define whole as that which has all its parts like a puzzle, it's a whole puzzle because it's not missing any of its puzzle pieces. here we have this principle. There has to be a part of the whole that's not touched by parts. So a kind of whole that's unique or different than all other wholes in that it has no parts. Neat. We're starting to use the logos to define the kind of nature or model of the self, which is the model or nature, but it's also how we feel it or see it or ousia it, because ousia is the same as nature. And also, just as here, ousia turns about upon itself as the model for creation, and we turn about upon it ourselves, our mind, for the model of understanding, so too, ousia and model and nature are all same. Or aspects, you could say. We want to know what it feels like, so we can know it. How do we know it? How do we ousia it? How do we answer that? Well, if ousia and nature are together, then to know the nature of self is to turn about upon it with ousia. Okay, neat. Okay, know thyself. Okay, that means to ousia it, to turn about it and see it all at once. Like believers just feel Jesus is whatever, or Muhammad is whatever. They don't have to think. Just, zombie. Just as knowing is you turn about and you know it all at once. That's why it's bliss and perfectly ordered justice and beauty and stuff. What kind of ousia allows us to know the nature of self? Good thing they're connected. What are we doing? We're pulling together the parts from here. We've got nature, we've got model, we've got ousia and logos, model and activity, nature and activity. Which means for us to know the self is to grasp the self, but it's also the model. The model of what? The model of the activity. So this activity that Parmenides is engaged in is the model, which is the nature, which is the naming, allowing us to grasp. This is why we're doing it. We are, just as understanding can help belief, or it can turn about upon its model to as a meditation to awaken your experience of knowing. That's why it's a meditation or spiritual exercise as well as a helpful exercise to others. Solves problems, cures illness, and brings, so as a, you got a broken leg, you go to the doctor to get cured, but also you go to a trainer to get excellent, the purification and perfection. So too, as understanding can turn upon its model to perfect itself, as well as turn upon belief to heal or purify. What we are doing is taking the example of the self logos as the activity, to turn about upon the model. To know the nature of self, which is also a kind of a meditation, as it can awaken our ousia, the unique way we know the self, or ousia the self. That's why we're doing it. I gotta piss again. Pause. All right. So we are using the activity to understand the model that we're using to create the activity. So for us to be able to do dialectics that we do on beauty, etc., or to show its distortion in belief, we're following the model. In other words, even in the text, we can see, hey, Socrates say, hey, for anybody to speak for Jesus or Socrates in a book such as this or a play such as this, It's a play, by the way. So someone should put on this play. Fuck, that'd be cool. Could you? Fuck yeah. We should put on this production. If you are a clever bean and you have been watching this channel in today, and you're like a filmmaker, fuck me, this book would be amazing. Anyway, if someone's going to speak for us, they have to speak for the whole of us. Like the whole of our teaching, but also understand the parts of our lives and our teaching. So before we get into it, let's talk about how we are the same, Jesus, because both of us made the mistake of having the brilliant light of being experience, developing a kind of teaching from that, but not writing it down for ourselves and leaving it for other people who are not able to endure that brilliant light of being experience to the extent we were, to talk about what we did. So of course they are going to misunderstand what we say. And if the ability to participate in that brilliant light of being is also contingent upon how your inability to do it is contingent upon how different you are from it in yourself, different, so negative, so difference probably the negative one, which is based on your self-image, considering that's the experience of the idea of self. In other words, if you can't experience it, it's because you've got a false idea of yourself. That false idea of yourself also manifests as your beliefs, and beliefs function for interpretation. So not only can they not understand it, their stupid ass beliefs will be projecting, cry-bullying, interpreting, leaving out what is there and adding their dumb old beliefs in. So in that way, Jesus and I, says Socrates, are the same. You and I are the same. In that we maybe didn't benefit humanity as much as we could because we left it for those people with those problems and that inability to, or lack of wisdom and ignorance to talk for us. Now that we've seen how we're the same, let's look at how we are different. So, whole and parts, same, different, within the structure of the book itself. And by the way, that's the whole of the book. Each part follows a similar structure. In other words, in this kind of activity, there is a model that Socrates is following, allowing for his excellence. So we can use all the monads, right? So we have the monads on there. Okay, so if that middle term is all being, so if this is mind, so this is the model that we can see ourselves, allowing us to understand, allowing the conversation to be beautiful and excellent and just, because he's following this model. True also works that way. When you make something, you create something lesser than you or lesser than the model, and you reflect on it to say, hey, it was a true copy, it was a true work of art, or whatever. So truth works the same way as well. The greater and lesser in the model and copy. So what? So similarly, just as there is that whole part model that he's reflecting on with understanding for use in the dialectic to help Jesus, who represents belief, and is at that cognitive function if we listen to Mark, the Gospel of Mark. So too, can we take this one self-hypothesis and our own insight into this, the nature of... So, in other words, the model is based on. If whole, part, same and different is the model that Socrates is using for his understanding dialectic, where do these terms come from? Where do these duad selfers come from, these pairs. Here, whole and part themselves. So in other words, because the part has to be against the whole, in order for the parts not to want to move into what benefits it, human problems to sustain, but it also does it because of ignorance, which isn't, I don't know, but I'm curious. No, that would allow you to move in. You can only stay as a part if you believe you have the whole. Cosplaying knowing. Pseudo model. So everything of the model that we've seen as excellence, beauty, just all of those monads that represent the model, which is also beauty, self-beauty, justice, excellence. In the text, we have been seeing, we'll have a look at it. Got the text here, why not? Pseudo, S, oops. Oh, not S, it's P, S, E, U. Here we go. The child sees what it is to be knowing and caring from their parent when they appear noble about life, appear sincere, appear caring. It's a false appearance from the parental figure. The child sees what this is, and it becomes their way of being to imitate, belief, shapes and colors, not appearanceable. It creates a new way of being, and this new way of life for this, which is a new way of life. So there's the first cause, which repeats. So your life ends the same way. Every drama ends the same way. Every relationship ends the same way. I guess I was right all along. I suck. First and final cause. The new vision, the child gladly accepts the clan belief because it gives the appearance of excellence. This is pseudo-excellence. So while the pairs have whole and part, which can come together in knowing, the monads can't come together in knowing, but its opposite, or its imitation in belief, is pseudo-it. Vice is the appearance of virtue. Trump reflects the parents of believers when he does his grift. And they go, oh yeah, he sounds like he's the truth. Or whatever content creator that a dum-dum follows. Pseudo, so what? Sorry, wait. Whatever content creator, yeah. Whether it's a content creator or a political figure or your pastor. So there's the model. The monads represent the model, beauty. Oh my god, that's not very beautiful writing, is it? Who cares? No, I do. Beauty, justice, excellence, pseudo-excellence we got from the book. And as excellence is one of the monads, we can, what do? We have an analogy, fill in the gaps. Excellence. I don't mean to be patronizing when I say that, but that's who see it. We do the thing, we demonstrate the thing, but we also define the thing. We're learning what it means to learn as we learn. So whoever it is that watches this channel, I don't mean it patronizingly. The pseudo. PSE. Pseudo. Excellence. Justice. Or the pseudo model. Is the nature of belief. What do they say? What would Jesus do? Why? Because he's the pseudo model. Or what would Trump do? Or what would blah blah. What would Trump do? He would take advantage of ICE to lynch. Literally, he wanted to lynch these the black people in the 90s. These innocent black men charged of some crime. Trump said, give them the death penalty. They were innocent. Yes, we didn't have to play it out with ICE. So long as we see the pseudo model here, which is in opposition to, in principle, put the X there. So pseudo excellence, pseudo justice, pseudo beauty. So what? So, just lesser, greater, question mark, whole, equal, same, maybe all of them. Lesser, greater. The lesser is the distorted model in opposition to the greater to keep it separated as a part. So this is the model of that model. The imitation. Well, the distorted imitation. Just as this model must have its source in this model. If this is the idea of the self, the idea of the one, the idea of the good, or truth, this is the one, good, true, or self. It's the model upon the model. Model upon which the model is based. So we can say, hey, if this is the model of justice, what makes it justice? Or how about truth? If this is truth, when we experience beauty itself, Diotima says to Socrates, in your love and logos relationship, you can, as you develop, you will reach beauty itself, self-beauty. That's truth. It's from that you can develop, nurture it, cultivate it, and develop true excellence. So if this is also excellence, and she says reach true excellence, is that in the book? Is it in the book? True excellence. Here we go. Oh, this is good. In the symposium, this is relevant to where we are too. In the symposium, he starts with love, expressing it in the love of bodies, and then of, bodies, and then on beautiful logos in speeches. Then he adds that it's necessary to see the beauty in all bodies is the same. Different to same, so same might be the higher. And he goes on to love, go on to then love those who have beautiful souls. And then to beget beautiful logos so the young can find in love something good and noble. Love and logos, baby. He moves on to urge the love of beauty in our cities and customs. Can we solve human problems the way we've been doing? In the way we're interested in doing? So that one can see a wider scope for love in the quest for beauty. These early stages lead to seeing beauty in different kinds of knowledge. Is what we're doing pretty awesome? Pretty beautiful pictures. We have beautiful pictures. Look at that picture. That's lovely. Looks like two boobs. Therefore, beautiful.
Whore.
Sorry.
Don't be disgusting.
I apologize. Come on.
But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
No, they're not AI. These are voices in my
Enough of
head.
this crap, you know?
Come on. I know.
I don't know.
Come on.
Absolutely gooped.
Sorry, I apologize.
It's a total shit show.
I know. Okay, let's keep going. Different kinds of knowledge. So beauty and different kinds of knowledge. Surely we know that this kind of knowledge shines forth from the very source of love and logos. Love and the logos. For it is this that prepares the soul for the final vision of beauty itself. The experience of beauty, capital B, opens the mind for the profound, for it alone can experience it. Mind alone. So no parts, no physical. That's why we have here, if this is the model of beauty, this is the physical, this is the mind. It's mind itself. The experience is that is described is carefully chosen superlatives balanced by negatives. Now we can get into that, but the negatives used are specifically, it doesn't apply to this time and not that time. Parts that are not wholes. So all the negatives, it's not beauty sometime, but not then all of the time. That's not a model. Like someone can be beautiful, but then have a bad hair day or something. So it's not fit. So there's negatives that apply to here, right? We don't know, we're not in the symposium, but that's our working theory. That would make sense of that because of our model here. This Venn diagram. The experience of beauty unfolds the nature of reality as dun dun dun. Truth. So there's truth. Reality as truth. That's why here we can say truth. So beauty as truth. So truth would be higher. So why is this truth? Why is this beauty the truth? When you tell the truth, what are you saying? It's a different color because it's a higher kind of order, isn't it? Different color, I said. To say something's the truth, you're telling the truth. I'm telling the truth that the car is parked outside. Then what I'm saying, what I'm creating, matches reality. If this is the truth, what's the model that allows us to say this beauty is also truth? Or beauty unfolding as truth. Don't put it the same color as pseudo excellence down there. I ain't got colors. Let's go below. Why not? Reality is truth. It is from this state that true excellence can emerge. It is the crowning experience of the philosopher. So philosophy different from Philophronesis, or Plato different from Socrates. Brought into being by love and perfected by the Logos. So true excellence emerges from that. So what do we have? We've got two words. We have truth. And hey, if beauty and all the other monads are in this category, that means it's the truth of excellence. How in the fuck do you develop from truth the beauty as truth? And if it's beauty, because we have the model, we also know it's justice and all of the other monads, including excellence. How in the hell do you get from truth to true excellence? In other words, excellence not as truth, but excellence as true. Not beauty as a oneness, but beauty as one. So now we can take each of these monads with us along with our duad. We have a duad whole that's independent from a part necessarily, otherwise there wouldn't be two different things. If the highest reach of whole was touched by part, then part wouldn't be lesser. We wouldn't have duads. So one of the questions is, hang on a second, what about the monads? Which monad do we take? Because monads doesn't have the part version. It has the pseudo version. So what are you going to say? It's beauty, but without pseudo beauty. Of course it's going to be without. Beauty is without pseudo beauty. Literally, as we've been saying. to experience the bread light of being, you have to remove your pseudo model, your false belief of self reality. You're already without pseudo beauty. Ah. So what have we got? We have a list of monads now. Pardon me, monads. Now, monad, I don't mean by monad gonad.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
Yeah, sorry, that was a bad joke.
I think it's so awesome.
Well, maybe it was actually pretty good. Monad is one. Now we have the monads. Beauty. Justice. Excellence. We have its pseudo form. So our job as human beings is to monads, is to purify ourselves from our false or pseudo model of excellence, because that will propel our life. I want to be the best preacher, mummy, and pass beliefs on to the next generation, like a good Jew or Muslim or Christian or Protestant or Catholic or whatever. It's all the same, right? It's always fake model. Or, yeah, I'm gonna be just like my dad. Whether you know it or not. That's the issue. Everyone's in this game, therefore no blame. No shame. No blame, no shame. Just play the game. To become the same.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pseudo monads. But now what we're saying, hey, if beauty is an expression of truth, and yet there's something else called true excellence, but excellence is within the category. See, what are we doing? We are recognizing parts within a set. Hey, if we've got shepherd is to sheep, is to tent that you sleep in, is to sheepdog. Cool. Oh, hang on a second. There's a higher version. There's king as to people. We've got more terms in this lower set. We can bring it up. We can finish the analogy. That's solving puzzles. That's reading. That's learning. That's finding the missing key or the missing gem. That's the different color. Blue gem, green gem, yellow gem, orange gem. Oh, blue gem, blue door, green door. I must have to find a yellow and green door to put these gems in to win Resident Evil. The resident of the house was evil itself.
It's a win. It's a win. It's a win. It's a win.
That's why I like Resident Evil. It's such a cool idea. The resident is of this mysterious mansion. Could the resident be evil itself? So, just like Resident Evil, I said, just like Resident Evil, we've noticed that there is true beauty and true excellence. Truth of beauty and true excellence. Again, this is why we read without interpretation. One word. 2-letter difference. How can you get the truth of beauty and then develop true excellence if it's a greater stage? Therefore, all of these monads must be applied to truth. What color? truther, because it's beauty as truth. In other words, because it's a king that has subjects. Also, the king has a analogy for sheepdog and tent. Or if this is if it's the same monad, sorry, if these monads is beauty to do, it's beauty of truth. Hang on, truth is a part of a set. We could also say it's oneness. It's a oneness. It's beauty as truth, it's beauty as oneness, and it's beauty as goodness. If it wasn't good, why would Diotima be helping us get there? And why would it be the crowning experience for the philosopher, brought into being by love and perfected by the logos? It has to be, therefore, all of them. So beauty, justice, and excellence experienced as truth, the truth of beauty, the truth of justice, the truth of excellence, as a oneness, which is a goodness. Hang on a second. For this to be the model of justice that the new left, or the true progressives. Now, left or right kind of implies duality. Maybe instead of having left and right, considering right is just belief, the pseudo model, and left currently is just the five, the bitches, the lesser of the model, the activity of a false model of reality that denies the true model, as belief is at war with the true model. Also at war with anything. Maybe instead of left and right, we can say, oh, now we know what left was, now we know what right was. Let's change politics to pathologos or logos. The logos party. Because logos means justice and excellence and truth. But we can ask, hang on a second, if this is the truth of beauty or the truth of justice, says who? You say, well, if you use it, you help everyone. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win-win, because you help everyone. It's principle. But that's the effect. That's not the reason. It's not the cause. So, this is just as we are taking the greater of the duads with us to the self. Now we have a meal ticket. We have a train ticket. We have a plane ticket. We have a ticket to ride to the, not the pseudo monads, but the monads applied to true, one, and good. So everything we learned about the one in the first hypothesis of Parmenides is the new kind, or the original model, or the reason why the other model is a model in the greater to the lesser for beauty. So we can see beauty as one. Is there therefore a kind of, what do we know about the one? So far we've got one descriptor in our mind. A whole which has no parts. So if this is all of the parts coming together beautifully, we can take this monad as a differential, or to distinguish it against, to rub it against, to say it's not that. So we can deny everything here of this. But it's not just a denial. It's a distinction because it's half. Just as this still has the whole, but it's mixed with the parts. So this beauty here, or true excellence, true beauty, is still the whole, but with no parts. So everything that we use to distinguish truth, oneness, and goodness from true, one, and good applies to all of the monads. Is there a beauty that's a whole but doesn't have any parts? Is there a justice that's a whole but doesn't have any parts? Is there an excellence that's a whole that doesn't have any parts? That's what we're looking for. That's how we'll recognize when we reach the self, when we see the self. And all the other monads that fit there. Which makes sense, because you can say, oh, well, normally these were the set of logos terms that traditionally apply to goodness, because we seek our good. That's the desiring part of our body. We inwardly want what's a good sandwich. We outwardly seek truth, and we reason to bring it to a oneness. We want our goodness. So that we want beauty and justice. That's what the monads apply to. But remember, these are not parts. Parts are down here. These are aspects. That's why he could say, hey, not the goodness of beauty, but beauty is truth. But then you can go on to develop true excellence. He's showing you can mix the terms up. That's the clue. From the truth of beauty to true excellence. Why didn't he say the truth of beauty to true beauty? To tell you there's a puzzle. Get that blue gem, baby. All right, getting somewhere. I think lesser, greater, whole is easy because, well, the true that it would apply to would be lesser. This is the triad. The triad Selfa is lesser, greater, question mark. This question mark is the true. So we don't have to do much work for the triad. For the duads, our work is to find the greater, to distinguish it from the lesser, to get the question mark. The whole slash, we can have a list, which will be the true beauty, true justice, true excellence, will be the one beauty, one justice, one excellence, and also the good excellence. Because these are in the same set. So the triad's the easy, or not easy, because we have to name it. So what are we doing? We're using the duads that we have an activity for. The monads, because they're a one, all it is, well, we've already done the activity. It's a distinction. It's applied to the pseudo-monads is what's false, the opposite of true, or the rejection of the truth. What's false, and we have that. We remove what's false in midwifery, the false idea of the self. It's a manyness, and it's a badness. A false idea of beauty that's many and not unified and is bad. That's why it's cause of your problems because it's bad and false and not unified. But it's also in opposition, so it's not just false, it's anti-truth. Is that the same as saying false? It's in opposition to truth. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because anti-truth is untruth. That's a negative. To say it as the positive. Yep. Right, so it's false, many, and bad. Beliefs. So we're understanding, hey, you know how we say that beliefs are the cause of all human problems? Now we can systematize that because it's bad. Thus the cause of problems. How many problems? All of them? Many? Why? Out of the hundreds of thousands of, billions of different religious beliefs, because no one has the same one, they can't all be right. They can all be wrong, though. They're all false. In principle, because they're in opposition. Kindness, true kindness, to see the truth and tell the truth. Right, so. Or, yeah, truth. So what are you doing? To sell an excellence that's a goodness and truthfulness or kindness would be using this model here. We're using the model to say, hey, it's through understanding we could recognize every single belief will always be false, bad, and many, or divisive. That's truth and excellence, kindness. And how kind, hey, to stop Trump before he does all the terrible things he's done, wouldn't that be a kindness to humanity, kindness to America, kindness to the world, and kindness to Donald Trump? So, hey, buddy, you don't get to keep torturing people and murdering people. You have to sit down and reflect on your beliefs, like everyone. Is that kind? Yup, yup, yup. Is the left doing it? Nope, nope, nope. Why? Because they are fivers which are in opposition to understanding. That's why the moderators are like that. So that's where we're moving into understanding. But no, we're not. We're moving beyond that. So, what are we doing? We want to know what true, one, and good is. Now, we have the model for goodness because goodness will entail all of the monads. So all of these monads entail goodness. Therefore, this specific use of monads in this interesting way will define the good. So however we take these will define the good. In other words, we can't start with the good, we're going to end with the good, which makes sense because we seek the good. But we said we have to move from truth to true. True follows the triad. That's messy. The triad is for truth. The triad of self-logos terms. Or selfers. Pierre, I asked Pierre, what do you call them? Selfers. Alright, I'll take it. The triad, selfers, which applies to truth. True. Truth or true, let's say that. Which is cool because we can work backwards. If that's what's... If this is true and the greater is truth, then The false is the lesser. If you only have the lesser, then you are false. So if this is the highest, the greatest, and the lesser, if you only have the lesser, you have false, which fits, right? Look, the greater applies to here, the lesser applies to here. What's false? The pseudo-monads. I don't think I spelled false right. I don't think it has a U. False? That looks better. The pseudo-monads, so beauty. The false model of beauty from our parents growing up before we had the logos and could ask questions because of the scam. Every family, it's not a blame game, it's not a shame game. Don't defend yours. That's stupid. Don't be stupid. Justice. I'm justified, says Achilles, in following my family clan. I'm chosen by the gods. Fuck you, I'm doing what I want. And excellence. I want to be just like my daddy and my mummy. Excellence. Now, again, I'm making fun of it, but not people. Otherwise, I'd be making fun of all people. That would be mean. It's everyone. Everyone. It's why we're here, necessarily. If you're born into a family with parental figures or surrogates, you're going to have this. That means you're going to have this. That means, just as we've said, the monads define goodness and good. Therefore, the nature of what's bad is the pseudo model of the monads. What's bad for people? What's so bad or vice? So vice is a shadow of virtue, or what's bad is the pseudo version, the distorted reflection, the imitation of the monads. That's what's bad. See? Therefore, the cause of problems. The bad causes problems. What are problems? Block the logos. The cause of badness or suffering or ignorance and blocks is the pseudo model of excellence. Pseudo monads. Or yeah, pseudo model of excellence and justice and beauty and any other monad. So we can keep going. Any other monads we find in here, we can add to the list. That's the benefit of understanding. The more you learn, the more you can add. Now we can say, why? It has to be, well, we could say, it's also false. Sure. It's also divisive or manyness. Doesn't unify. Oneness is a unity. So we could say disconnection. Or a many, or conflict. Sure. Yeah. Applies to all. Our false beliefs can be understood as a pseudo model of the monads, which is false beliefs, which cause of all human suffering and problems, conflict, disconnection, division. Sure. Hey, Jews versus Palestinians, Christians versus fucking whatever. You get it. Left versus right. So we have to replace left and right with two different names. One name. The model. Hey, are there surgeons that like to torture their patients who have to win the votes of the patients and then they get to do surgery and murder people? Or is there just one word for the excellence and beauty and justice? Is there one monad word for doctors? How about architects? How about mechanics? So why the fuck do we play the game with politics of left and right? Because we're at a state of ignorance. Why? It has to be. There has to be a period of human development where we go through those stages of left versus right politics instead of one fucking word, justice. And the people who have to be rulers are not people who want to, but have to because they're the best at doing it. We don't have to. We're going to make a strong case, urge them to. Not because they want it, because they're a believer or a materialist. Left and right, well, right and left. Why? Because left and right, the establishment Dems. Now, people might say, well, I relate more to the left because the more rational people are in that group. Right, but don't stop there. It's the logos. Because the establishment Dems, or materialists, don't have principles, baby. Well, we can take over the left, maybe, and then change the name. So we don't have to compromise with the fucking fascists. How long are we going to do that for? What's Mdami going to say? Oh, look, you can't kidnap my New Yorkers, you fucker. It's not going to say, you can kidnap and murder some New Yorkers, so therefore, why the fuck is there the right? Doesn't make sense. It does make sense. It's a necessary level of development for there to be creation. If there wasn't a part in opposition to truth, goodness, oneness, the truth of beauty, the truth of justice, the truth of excellence, then there wouldn't be something keeping this part from moving into there. It has to force itself back. It has to be repelled in some way. Not forever. That's human evolution. We've done it now. Enough. We have nuclear weapons. The ignorance of belief and the left-wing modern Dems will end humanity. Enough now. But we're not blaming them. We're recognizing, yeah, it sucks, but we're here to learn. And it has to have that existence. Otherwise, there wouldn't be parts. And if there weren't parts, there wouldn't be all of the other necessary duads needed for creation, perception, evolution, learning, and reality as we know it. Well, as we know it, reality. So we can understand what's bad. We say, hey, the pseudo model of beauty is false. Parents, surrogate parents, unleashed by tyrants or kings and clergy who imitate. Yeah, it's false. So what? Who gives a shit? Well, if it's also false, but it's also in opposition to, because it's in opposition to truth, but it's also in opposition with oneness or unity. So division, disconnection, manyness, conflict. Yeah. So what? Conflict, right? Talk to materials. Hey, it's just part of nature. If we didn't have conflict, there wouldn't be growth. Who gives a shit? Oh, well, you know what the term is? The ruling term or the defining term of the set? Bad. Yeah, it's false. Who cares? Yeah, it's conflict. Who cares? Because it's also bad. It's bad for us. It's not good to do it. It doesn't help us reach the good. So you can't say be content with conflict or be content with the false. So those people who say, hey, everyone's entitled to any old dumb belief. There's no problem. Well, hang on a second. No, it is, because you can't just, because you function through your belief. And you abuse your kids with your bullshit belief. If you have a sexist belief and you got a daughter, you're gonna fuck with her. Who cares if it's false? It's gonna cause conflict. It's false, but it's also gonna cause conflict in her life. Who cares? That's what life's about. Everyone's got conflict. You got conflict, I got conflict. Who cares? That's why we need all three. Because it's also bad. It's bad. What do you mean bad? Oh, opposition to the good? Shouldn't do it? Immoral? Should avoid it? In principle? Doesn't help you reach the good. The goodness. Truth and oneness. The truth of beauty, justice, and excellence. Goodness. You need all. But the most defining reason why it's a problem, why it's the cause of problems, why we need to move out of left and right or belief and materialism is because it's bad. It's a pseudo model. That's the monads. Pretty cool, huh? So we've got a way of defining good. No, so what do you, we're after the self. So what we've just done then is understand the nature of human problems and why they're problems, and also why it's necessary for there to be problems to keep the existence of parts. So no blame, no shame, necessary, but also false, also the cause of conflict, but also we should remove them. We have a moral obligation to remove them. As human beings, every one of us has a moral obligation to assert we need to be doing that which removes these pseudo models, philosophical midwifery, because not only is it false, not only does religion and belief and family, all beliefs cause conflict, it's also bad. In fact, it's the definition of bad itself. By definition, not by opinion, not by how it will affect humanity, but by principle in definition itself. These are bad. In fact, it's the definition of bad. Or vice. Bad. Isn't that neat? We have understood what bad is by definition, in principle, for always, forever, any multiverse, any dimension. That's understanding. So, I have to piss again. So what are we doing? We are understanding these three key terms: true, one, and good. Why are we doing that? Well, because each level of reality has a kind of existence and a kind of activity, a kind of nature or ousia, knowingness, and a kind of activity. The activity is used to justify or support the model. So materialists, by saying there is no model of logos, I'm going to ban you from the chat or call you a cultist or some bullshit, doesn't help the left, doesn't help reason. Only helps to allow the believers to continue their bullshit. The activity is in reference to a model. Hey, materialism is wrong. It's wrong. It's fundamentally incorrect. It's a false belief about reality. That usually comes because you grow up in a belief and you realize, hey, if these people say that's what God is, and they're fucked, then there must be no God. Doesn't make sense, does it? If the fascists say that this is justice and it's wrong, what are you going to say? There's no justice? You're going to give up? Yes, you will give up. Like the establishment Dems give up. So there's an activity based on a model that is also supporting or can help you reach the model. Materialism is a kind of belief from Aristotle and Emperor Justinian, but Aristotle fundamentally. Equally so, the model understanding is based on is knowledge. The model of this kind of ousia. So this is the nature or the ousia of this realm. Understanding can be used to purify what's below it, solve problems, as we're doing now. But also can be used to reflect on the model itself as a kind of meditation to take you from understanding to knowing, to that kind, to awaken that higher level of ousia. Equally so, as the physical world is the parts not unified into a whole, the manyness, many souls, many moments, or in time, and being is eternity. So in time and out of time. We can recognize in this, by taking these sulfur pairs, in time, out of time, or whole and parts, we can distinguish three necessary categories: the physical world of the parts, the realm of mind, which is whole and parts together in the positive. Its activity is understanding, but we want to have that experience. That's the crowning experience of the philosopher, the experience of truth and beauty, and of love and logos-based relationships, the best kind. From that, we have recognized that there has to be, if our goal is to know thyself, there similarly has to be an activity here, or logos, an activity or logos, a use of the logos, just as the activity uses logic to deny mind. Now, false logic or false logic, disconnected from all of the spiritual experiences and near-death experiences and principles and axioms that even science uses. So very disconnected, false, and also bad. Nuclear bombs and hand grenades. Torturing nature to reveal her secrets, says Bacon. Equally so, there is a truth of justice that can bring about a goodness and the oneness in this middle dimension of whole and parts together or mind. So as we use the, let's start with this one. As we use can use the activity to reflect on the model to awaken that kind of nature or model or experience it. That's the ousia. Every level has an activity or logos and a nature or ousia. We want to know the self. We want to know the self. To know the self, we have to use the activity of this realm. So materialism, modern science, be a bitch to believe. Understanding can use the true model, the truth of reality, to benefit and solve problems. Equally so, there is a functioning of the logos that's even higher that we can use to understand the model that this logos is based on. The model is also its nature, so we can know the nature of self, but it's also ousia. It's the kind of ousia of this dimension, like there's one of here and here, so we can apprehend it. Meaning this is a use of understanding in the highest sense to reflect upon the model, the highest kind of meditation, to know the truth or to know the self, to know the nature and, well, yeah, to know or ousia the self, which happens to also be the model for the other model. So what? So if it's the model for the other model, and the other model uses these self logos as its parts of its whole, we can recognize that there are three fundamental sets with an overruling with a ruling term or a hyparch or a defining term, which happens to correspond to the three motivating forces in our soul. We desire inwardly what's good, we outwardly seek what's true, we reason to do those things. Therefore, the model for the truth of beauty, justice, and excellence that we can use to unify ourselves and our race or bring it to a oneness, and also provides the goodness for ourselves and humanity. So the truth, the oneness, and the goodness, the model of that has to be the true, the one, and the good. So we want to know what's the good self, the one self, and the true self. Because that's the higher use of understanding, or the activity of the self-based, or the highest activity of dialectic or logos. A kind of meditation on the nature of self, which is our goal to know the self. So where are we in that quest? Well, we want to know the truth of self, or the good self. So, to do a dialectic on the good, you have to use the self-logos set that applies to that title, or category, or ruling term. The good, or goodness, uses the monads: beauty, justice, and excellence. The trick is, they are a one. So how are you going to use them in a unique way to distinguish beauty from beauty? It's the same word. We can distinguish the appearance of beauty to give us the false, or the bad. We could say this is the highest experience of beauty, justice, excellence, from which we get the model. That's what we're after. What kind of an usia, what kind of an experience is that? The self one, the good one. In other words, to do a dialectic on the good means we have to use beauty, we have to use the monads in a unique way. But that's what we're after. We don't know what kind of beauty, justice, and excellence it is. So this will be the last thing. In other words, to do the dialectic on the good will be fine. We need to have a way of understanding them. So once we understand them, we can distinguish this beauty, good, and excellence from the goodness. We've already distinguished from the bad, so we don't have to keep going down. So we have to leave this to last. All right, what about the true self? We have the lesser and the greater. The lesser and the greater. But we don't have a word for this yet. So if our goal is to know the true self, or reach our authentic self, if that's the ultimate goal, well, we don't know what it is. We don't have a word for it. How can we see it if we can't name it? Similar to the unique kind of beauty, justice, and excellence that applies to the good, not goodness, we need a name for it. We don't have a name yet. How do we get a name? Understanding. So what's understanding refer to? Where's our picture of our person? Here. Understanding refers to the head, which seeks unify and understanding the one self. So, to understand the kind of monads that is the good self for that dialectic, we need to distinguish it from the greater and lesser and apply it to this one. In other words, we need the dialectic of the true self first. Lesser, greater, what's the highest term for truth in the triad? Once we have that, we can say, hey, the greater applies to truth, oneness, and goodness. The lesser applies to false, bad, and conflict. And those same monads applied to this thing defines the good self. So, in order to understand the good self, yellow. To understand all the activity or the logos, so we can say the activity or the kind of logos or activity of the highest term, the highest self, the one we're after, or the dialectic or understanding, the understanding, or dianoia if you fancy, because it's the Greek word for understanding. By the way, philodianoia is the name for what we're doing. Dianoia. Press your friends at the coffee shop. This activity applied to understanding, to understand the oh, it's a big letter, isn't it? I can also put naming, because we're really highlighting the significance of naming. Actually, let's bring understanding to the front. So let's go, because it works better with English, like how we're saying it. The understanding or dianoia, or the activity of the self, or this kind of logos or dialectic or naming. Remember, you can't see it if you can't name it. What's that doing there? Oh, my mouse, maybe. Oh yeah, I was touching the button. The naming, remember why I got banned from Emma's chat? I shared the name. Oh, what does banning me serve? Not helps Emma, doesn't help me, doesn't help the world. Only helps the fascists. That's what gatekeeping does. That's what hearing something different from your beliefs and reacting to shut it down instead of understanding. In other words, opposite, no conversation, opposition to understanding. That's why shouldn't be moderator. Beefgate 25. The understanding of I'm mucking around, like, sort of. The understanding of, let's go, I like this color. The understanding of, oh, I can't. Understanding of the good self requires the monads applied to the monad, let's say monad self is. the monad self is applied to the true self. Why? Because the monad selfers are applied to the true self, but also the greater and the lesser. So we're missing a step. So there's a lesser, greater, and question mark. What's the greater term? What's the third term in the triad? To get this, that's the definition of the true self. So we won't reach the good self until we have done a dialectic on the true self. Why? Because the true self follows the triad, which is so that's the monad selfers. This is the triad selfers. This is the monad selfers. Beauty, justice, excellence, and you can add to that list. So to do a dialectic on the true self, you have to take the monad selfers and apply it to this higher term of the triads. The thing is, we don't have that. To get that requires us to do the dialectic on the true self. To get that. So to understand the true self is our question now, because that will follow. So to understand the true self, we need to define the missing triad term, which is of course a naming, which is a unifying. Remember, I got the Beefgate 2025. You can't give Emma that name. I don't understand, and I'm a fiver. Towing the line for fascists. You can't give Emma that name. So a name which is a unifying. Unifying is another way of saying a bringing into a oneness. How do we bring things into a oneness? Well, we've seen that oneness is the model of the one self. That's to unify into understanding. How do you name something? How do you unify it? How do you bring oneness? The aspect of the soul that seeks oneness is understanding. So what does understanding what is the highest term of the true self? We need to have defined, named, unified, oneness, and understanding. To understand it, we have to bring it to a oneness. Let's skip the understanding part. It's kind of implied. Let's go straight from oneness to oneness or understanding. Keep understanding there, why not? We want to keep that oneness. To bring it to a oneness through understanding is to seek the one self. Which means we first have to understand dianoia. There we go, understand again. Understand dianoia, the activity, the logos, the dialectic, the naming, the dialectic and naming of the one self. So we have to define the one self first. That will give us the missing third term of the greater. That will define the true self. That true self then can be applied to the monads, which will give us the specific application or kind of beauty, justice, and excellence that defines the good self. In other words, we can't use the monads to define the good self unless we have the triad highest terms to distinguish it, because beauty, justice, excellence in the lesser is the pseudo, is the cause of problems, false, conflict, bad. Therefore, the moral and ethical imperative of philosophical midwifery for every person in just society, always, any dimension. Beauty, justice, excellence, the monads applied to the greater. Wisdom, the model, the paradigm, the model of justice for societies, for selves, for dialectics. But the model that even that is based on, the self, the first and final cause, is those same monads applied to the higher term. By the way, lesser, greater, and something is a different logos set. Now notice, not physical world, we're still in the realm of logos. We're still in the realm of pure mind. These are ideas, capital I, not concepts or derivatives from physical experience, like the forms of Plato. Literally, that's how fucked modern philosophy is. What we are seeing is the model is specifically separated from the physical world. None of these words you will ever see in the physical world. Literally, the physical world is the lesser, the parts. The model, the truth of reality, of justice and beauty and excellence, is specifically mind, which has parts but is non-physical. Mind parts. Therefore, can you see the absurdity of how Plato was taught in school? Because the word for these self-logos, that's the model of a just, healthy society, a just, healthy soul, a just, healthy spiritual tradition, and the model of thinking or understanding itself, what we are here to specifically learn in the meaning of life, is defined by non-physical. Right? That's the logos. That's the dialectic. Now, this is how they teach this in school. Plato believes, you're down here, that there is a form, that sounds like a derivative from a physical experience. You're not in the logos. A form of the chair in heaven. That's how they talk. If there's a physical chair, then there is a model of chair. That's a derivative concept of the physical world. That's the exact opposite of philosophy. That's how blocked we are from learning what we're specifically here to learn, to solve problems and reach excellence in every level. Crazy, huh? That's Aristotle for you. That's what happens when we kill Socratic figures. Maybe let's not make that mistake again. All right, so all of these words are non-physical in principle. What we've seen is there is a lesser and greater application of these non-physical singles, like single slicings of cheese. Not like a pair of gloves, but singles. Beauty, justice, hooray. What's the opposite? Still the same thing, still a one, but it's its fakeness. The pseudo-excellence, pseudo-justice, pseudo, again, from the text, here it is. Read it for yourself. Don't come crying to me. I'm just reading. Oh, we looked at it earlier. I'll find it. PSEU. Page 130. Bottom. There you go. Right there. Pseudo excellence. Don't come whining to me that your parents were stupid. Ugh. I shouldn't say that. It's going to trigger people's ire. Don't come crying to me that your neighbor's parents were wrong and stupid. How about that? Work? Okay, so we're still in the realm of logos, mind, but applying these monads to lesser. You've never seen lesser walking down the street with a t-shirt on. You've never seen greater waving at you from the bus. They're non-physical. That's why it's understanding. But lesser and greater are a different set. They're the triad set, which applies to the ruling term of truth and true. So, to find the good is using the selfer terms within the set, but applied to a different selfer set to distinguish its lesser, greater, and we want the self, we need this word here. We don't have that yet because we have to name it. Naming requires understanding. Understanding requires unifying it into a oneness. Oneness requires a one. We need to engage in understanding, which is the one self. So now we are seeing how all of these different self sets, the ones, the twos, the threes, have a unique or a specific application to its ruling term to define the one self, the good self, and the true self, or the true self, the one self. 1, 2, 3, true self, one self. Wait, ones are good self, twos are one self. It's like saying, look at this, the word green, but it's written in yellow. The ones are the good self, the twos are the one self, and the threes are the true self. Ah. So we're seeing how they all fit together. But also there is a kind of a hierarchy. Could we say that the one is the higher term? That's needed to define the true, that's needed to define the good? Or is it the other way? To only fully reach the good, you have to do the true self and then the one self. So it goes good, true, one, or is it one, true, good? There's a question we can carry. Oh, I need a drink. I wasn't even going to stream today. I was out playing music. It's a Friday. Well, it's a Saturday morning now. I was out playing music Friday night. I wasn't even going to stream. I watched another stream this morning that inspired me, and I thought, well, fuck it. Yeah, that was awesome. That was really awesome. I'm going to stream because why not? Because inspiration. So happy I did. Holy crap. What am I going to call this stream? Hey, Emma, look here. Oh, and Brendan. We've been talking about Emma and Brendan as two forward-seeing, insightful people. Both of which, well, I can talk to Brendan. He has his own podcast. His own Twitch stream. But, I like the group dynamic they have on Thursdays. They got Brandon Sutton, who's the guy that's super insightful, and Emma, who's amazing, and Matt Binder, who's pretty clever and cool himself, and Matt, I don't want to get on Matt the engineer. I don't want to get on his bad side. I feel like he could get pissed at me. I don't want to trigger Matt. And the new engineer, who's an army guy. So those two together could be trouble. But normally they're funny and yeah, well-intentioned and clever and insightful. I've actually, anyway, let's not get on a tangent. He does his own book. I've seen a reading group with R.M. Brown. So if he's friends with R.M. Brown, and they're reading books together, then he can't be doing something. He must be doing something right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
He better not.
He does.
Awesome, man.
Anyway, who cares? That's still don't want to get on his bad side. But yeah, but fantastic dynamic. A good group there. Anyway, right, so we have a hierarchy perhaps unfolding, but now we have a way of proceeding. So we need to first understand the way of using this model that we have developed to recognize the oneself. So here is the trickiness. We need to take these self-pairs and distinguish greater from lesser and define it specifically as a kind of whole that's different from a whole of all parts, or knowing specifically because it has no parts. So it's a positive balanced with a negative. And we have a clue about that in the text. Balanced? No. Did I spell it right? No. Balance. B-A-L. Oh, look it up. How embarrassment. Look it up. Balance. No, one L and it's an A. I got it wrong. Heaps. B-A-L-A-N. Balanced. What? Here we go. The experience is described. Experience of beauty itself, the final vision, is described with carefully chosen superlatives balanced by negatives, and that's where we get. So at this same section where we were given the instruction, it's from that experience of beauty or reality. So we could add reality as another one of those monads. So add that to your list of monads now that you know what to do with them. That's truth. From that we can a state of true excellence can emerge. So that's the section where we got the tip, or the puzzle, the question, the activity. The clue is also here, superlatives balanced by negatives. So that's what we're doing to develop this excellence that we are. Whoops, didn't close that. I'm supposed to do that. So that's where we are. Did I close the whole thing? There we go. So that's that's the clue. Superlatives balanced by negatives to go from truth to true, or this model to this model. This ousia and state of knowing to this ousia and state of knowing. From mind to self, or the idea of self, eidos of self, to self. So here's the trick. Alarm. Why don't I have an alarm for that one? So here's the trick. Here's the trick. Whole and parts, easy. Whole is obviously the greater. The lesser is obviously parts. But we could say this kind of self-ousia, different from mind ousia, is unique. It's different in that there can be nothing the same as it, giving us the word unique. Therefore, different is the greater, defined as a unique kind of different in that there can be nothing the same. There's our balance of positives and negatives. Or we can say this ousia of self is the self completely knowing itself as the same as itself. In other words, you don't come out of that experience. Even the model of the brilliant light of being is an experience, meaning there's a beginning, middle, and end, meaning you come out of it. And if we want to be true excellence, as it's said by Diotima, love and logos, baby. Immortal. Here we go. To gain the vision of beauty then stresses the need to emerge from the vision of beauty, right? The greater, the monads applied to the greater. Truth, oneness, goodness. To emerge from that to that state, we're after a state of self. To seek, need to emerge from that state to seek the kind of, that is the state. To seek that kind of human excellence. There's one of those monads. Alarm bells, the monad term. The kind of human excellence that would make one immortal and a friend of the gods. Or to bring to birth from Plato. So Plato talks about reaching. So there's our, so we could also map on this thing. Aristotle, cause of problems. Plato and Socrates. So to emerge from Plato to Socrates' level. Handy, right? Plato's view, and so it leads me to wonder, says Jesus, the fullest flowering of Plato's view of your own teaching and practice that can bring to birth the kind of excellence that truly brings you a friend of the divine and immortal as ever any man is. So while experiences end, we want an eternity or immortal. That's twice. It's another one. Where else do we have immortal? Okay, the Adam and Eve says, I'll kill you if you try and reach the self or become immortal. So really emphasizing how stupid that is. That's it. Another immortal. Love's domain is the mean between the immortal or the mortal. Right, so it's that's well, actually that's interesting because that would place the immortal in the middle. Wisdom and ignorance. Gods and man. No. Two different senses. Eternity, immortal and as immortal friend of the gods as any man can be, which is the bringing to birth of the true excellence, which is what we're doing here. So what? So coffee. So in other words, a kind of sameness where you don't, oh shit, wrong board. Kind of sameness where you don't ever become different. Stay there, immortal. a state of self that you can take with you and smile as the logos unfolds, not getting all butthurt about being banned from this or that Twitch chat.
Whore.
Sorry,
Please end kink shaming on your show.
never.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, you could make an argument for either unique, in that there can be nothing the same as it, making it unique, making it a different. It's a unique hat. So you're not wearing a different hat at the party because no one else happens to wear a pirate hat. You're wearing a different hat because it's unique. It's a one of a kind, baby. Or it's the same in that you can never ever be different. There is nothing different from the self that becomes the same. You are always the same as self. You recognize yourself as the same as self, and you never be different. You never can be you never falter. Permanent or immortal as any man can be. That's the difficulty here. Which is the greater, which is the lesser? You can make an argument for both. So we are stuck. But we can have a go. So we have to first define the one self in this unique way, and then we can therefore we'll end up with a name that will distinguish that higher term of true self. So now we've got a dialectic on the true self, and then we apply the monads to it for the good self, the good, the true, and the one. That's the highest use of the logos, and a meditation on self, which is the know thyself. What do we have? First we have to choose a color. Yeah, this is good. Whole and part. That's an easy one. Same and different. This one is tricky. Like and unlike. Okay, this is kind of, you can see an unfolding. It's kind of derivative, because like means there's something the same and something different. So same and different is kind of a higher term than like. Although in another sense, you could say like is a kind of higher term because it's necessary for unfolding through likeness or analogy. Again, now we're playing in metaphysics, but we can get, but I think this is probably a better order. Like, unlike. Hey, you're cool when you have motion, baby. Now, even though motion is cool, I'm going to put it over here, motion and rest. Again, you could say, well, if it's the goal is to know the self and show the self and to function excellently at each time, or that kind of in the zone or ideal of the samurai, or the excellence of functioning of self, then isn't it perfect motion? You're always acting perfectly in a situation. You're never stopping. You never have to take a rest. So could this be the greater? So you define, hey, the self is a kind of motion that's unique in that it can never be at rest. You're always powerful. You're never going to lose your power. Or is it you're at rest? You don't have to move and do stuff. You're at peace. You're complete. You've done your job. You have now reached that state of self you've been seeking after all this time, while you've been watching the stream for all this time. Rest and motion. What else do we have? Limit and unlimit. Now, limit, I think we're going to put on this side. Unlimit. Can make a same case. Hey, you can say, hey, the self, the one self, is completely one. It is its own limit. It's completely self-contained. It will never be unlimited. Harder to make that argument. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Out of time. and in time. One, two, three, four, five, six. Those are the 12. Now we have also equal and unequal, I suppose we could play with. And there are like lesser sets, like you could say, well, what kind of limits? You could break it down. Well, limit, you could have a limit in terms of extremes. So now you've got beginning, middle, and end. Giving you what you need for lines. You can have a different kind of extreme limit where the limit or the extremes are equidistant from the middle. So here is our extreme and middle, but no beginning. Giving us what we need for shape. All shapes are curved and straight lines, which is a 2 and 3 kind of limit. Another word for extreme is boundary. If you've got these kinds of boundaries needed for shapes, now that you've got boundaries, you can be in itself. You can be self-contained within your own boundary, or you can be within the boundary or within a shape of another. Spatially. So in itself, in another. There's another duad. But you notice how these flow on from there. They're not primary. It does give us an unfolding of reality. Everything in the physical world is in itself or in another. Is curved or straight lines in a shape of some kind. Every experience has a beginning, middle, and end. So now we're accounting for more of the specifics. But these seem to be the primary terms that we've been given from the first hypothesis, oneself. And we've been given a clue as well, because we've been given the 12 mundane gods, or mundane. Yeah. The 12 worldly or mundane gods. The gods and the hierarchical order. So the ones that apply. Whoops. No, I don't know if that clue is relevant, but could be a coincidence. Anyway, but we do have those 12 terms that we can play with. So, the meaning of life, therefore, well, to free ourselves from the false, but also to reach the truth of the self. The first and final cause of problems is the false idea of self, or the pseudo-excellence, the pseudo-monads, the belief-based imitation and conflict opposition to the whole. But the first and final cause of what's true, our ultimate purpose or destiny, first and final cause, goal, highest goal. The actual self. The one self, our authentic self, or true self, or oneself, or good self. Those are the three primary terms, or the things that we seek with our soul. Excuse me repeating, but it's been a long stream. But worth repeating, keeps it in mind, allows me to progress. I'm doing like a mini dialectic with myself. Mini. Maxi. Awesome. Ultimate. So, if our goal is to know the true self, one self, good self, and you can't know the good self without the true self, you can't know the true self without the one self, therefore one self comes first. And we're stuck. Then what kind of injustice is this? What was the purpose of all our ignorance? all this fascism and sexism and inequality and torture and all this stupidity, our own suffering of being in ignorance and living through a world of Hades or people playing out their ignorant shadows and images of the self. What's the point of all of it if we got to here and we're stuck? Because we can't decide which is the greater and which is the lesser. What's the point of all our fucking human problems? To write a nasty letter to the self and say, dear self, you suck. Love, Jed. Hang on a second. What was the reason for all of our ignorance and problems? Hang on a second. What if the reason for all our ignorance and problems was to help us solve this very question? Why? If we've understood the nature of human problems and the necessity of human problems being to be in opposition to the whole, to be the part in opposition to the whole, the necessity for it, otherwise the part would join with the whole, and then we wouldn't have part and whole, it would just be one, preventing creation, unfolding, etc., and the development of the logos, understanding us to master the logos and bring it back with us to the self. That's the reason why problems exist. That's why believers and materialists are fighting against their own interests to stay as that part. But hang on a second. In the activity of solving human problems, which we've been doing by being midwives and caring about human society and our loved ones, who hopefully themselves care about human society, and we want them to have success and be happy and reach their goals. By understanding human problems, we have defined what it means to be the cause of human problems belief, using the logos specifically to be the lesser in opposition to the greater, or in that diagram, the part in opposition and conflict with the whole. So, if we can go through all of these 6 terms and identify which one more accurately applies to belief, we have distinguished the lesser that we can apply to the set of terms. We can, by understanding the nature of belief, which is the cause of all of our problems with suffering, we can distinguish the lesser from, so that's our work in midwifery, removing the false, seeing the cause of problems being as belief, even yours. But also, we can now take that lesser and distinguish it from the pairs, which is all of our work in philosophy, to have both, or the greater, to answer to then apply it in this unique way for the self. In other words, the reason for our problems is to take our understanding of problems with our understanding and whatever experience we've had of the whole, to answer the question we're here to answer, which of the two is the lesser and the greater, so we can then apply one defined by not having the other in order to define the one self, which we can use to define the true self, which we can then use to apply the monads to for the good self, giving us the highest kind of dialectic, the one self, the true self, and the good self, the 3 things we ultimately seek as the 3 forces of the soul, and our quest to know the self. Could that be why we have problems? Could that be why Socrates says we have to ourselves be part of the Dharma? If we weren't, as Diotima midwife Socrates, and from Socrates, for us it's Pierre, because we killed Socrates before he could write about this, and we know that we didn't get midwifery from Plato. As Pierre Grimes taught us midwifery, so too we have to do midwifery to our friends. In other words, pass the Dharma on, be part of the mean analogy, the true model of teachings a mean analogy that reflects truth, right? Or the question mark to greater to lesser, or greater to lesser as greater to lesser, making us equal. Those are our three terms of truth. In other words, could that be the reason why we've had problems and those problems had to maintain? Again, believers and materials fight against their own interests. So they maintain the problem, so that we can be part of the Dharma, so we can recognize the essence of all problems. Just as it said in Love and Logos, we had to see, as we just read earlier, see the beauty of one bodies and then two bodies, and then see that the beauty of all bodies is the same, and then for the soul, and then for institutions, and then for learning, and then to apprehend beauty itself, and then of course to do what we're doing now, apply beauty itself and the other monads to this. The beauty of all bodies, the beauty of all souls, the nature of all problems. If that's the true through Love and Logos, you can't do that with your beloved if you're not also doing midwifery. It's both, and dream analysis for both. Meaning, just as we saw the nature of all beautiful bodies, souls, etc., beauty itself, so too, by being a midwife and passing on the tradition, helping ourselves and others, keeping the Dharma alive, we can recognize the nature of all problems, the lesser in conflict with the greater, and today we saw why it necessarily has to be, otherwise there would not be a part and a whole, because everyone would seek their excellence and there would be no part. There has to be a repulsion, otherwise they become one, and we can't have, there has to be a part different from the whole, at least as a period of history that living beings go through or humanity goes through. Necessarily has to be. But this could be the reason why. So which of these did we recognize was a defining characteristic of belief, the cause of all human problems? Well, we got one. Part. Clearly, part is the lesser. They want to blow up the whole of the earth. The Jews want to be a different part from the rest of the human race, justifying genocide. The Americans want to attack everyone. The billionaires want to starve everyone, take away, etc., etc. So it's part. So this is the greater whole. Unlimited is freedom. We know that because belief is defined by limit. That's the most easy one to define belief. Accept these limits. No Harry Potter. No marrying a non-Mormon. No fish on a Friday or whatever the fuck. No thinking for yourself. No understanding. No self-goals. No enlightenment experiences. No going beyond Jesus. No going beyond me. No telling tales on the church, whatever. Clearly, our physical existence is in time, and out of time is the experience of eternity. Now, out of time, it's eternity because it's all of time as well. So you can say, oh, I experienced all of evolution. Which means what we are doing for the one self is you're out of time in a unique way where anything in time doesn't touch it. The unique kind of out of time. Not out of time as in eternity, out of time as in transcending. Ooh. Now, I think we have rest as well in the book. Let's check it out. Whee! Rest. Oh, interesting. Rest. Okay, rest. Where's the rest here? What? Rest of life. Nope. How about motion? The expression of the power in each thing is called its motion or way of becoming. Right, so motion is becoming and therefore the physical and therefore the lesser. Aristotle, again, Aristotle's another clue. It's going to be the lesser. Aristotle rejects participation. In its place, he says that all ideas, like beauty, have their essence only in the particulars, no whole. There's no such thing, he argues, as beauty itself. Fuck you, Aristotle. Not a fuck you. I don't know. Fuck us for killing Socrates before Plato could learn midwifery and then help Aristotle. The power is so there's no such thing as beauty itself. All thing becomes beautiful, has a power to do so within it. The seed idea, the power lies within each thing. Its potential, its expression of this power is its motion or way of becoming. There must be an unmoved mover for movement. All right, so it's pretty clear that movement, that rest is the higher. Now the big one was going to be same and different. Same. Oh my god, there's going to be lots of sames, isn't there? Let's go back. Same or different? Would you say that the principles of midwifery are the same or different? Of course, but that's not what we're after. Same time limited by belief. They know without belief they would be free or limitless. So there's our unlimited. So limit is belief. So we're in the right section. Limited vision. There are different kinds of belief. There's our different. There we go. In principle, irrational belief separates one from all else, making us unlike. There we go. And its mode of existence by itself suspends the rational desire to understand it. Yes, belief ain't neutral, it's bad and conflict and false. Monads. Why? It's just limitation on the mind, by definition, separates from all else, different, unlike, suspends the rational desire to understand. I don't have to learn. I know it's Jeebus. I know Allah is in my heart. I know I'm the Jew and I'm right and we're the chosen people. Hey, thanks for the emojis. Are you still here? Oh my goodness. I wasn't even going to stream today, Sas. I was out playing. When I was talking to you about dreams last night, I was out playing on my way to play music. So I played music last night and I came home lurking and fell asleep. And I was setting up my music studio. I'm going to stream in a different place. It's going to be more fun. You wait. Music stream is going to be so great. I wasn't even going to stream today. You got my COVID and flu vaccine. Don't tell RFK. They'll have a fit. I saw a wonderful stream this morning as I was setting up my music room. So I thought, fuck it, I'll go. So I've been thinking about this all night since I talked to you. Because this is, I guess, a demonstration of what we're saying. By passing on the Dharma, by passing on what I have learnt and practiced in dream analysis, how to use, what do we say? Likeness. Similes. What was that state of mind like? Metaphor. Sameness. Our problems playing out in motion. What was the goal, etc. So those principles that we were that I was sharing with you on how to unpack your dream. I was thinking about that and the question from last stream. I thought, I want to get these ideas out. And I was just inspired by a beautiful stream this morning. And this one's a banger. I don't know what I'm going to call this one. Banger stream number 1, Ichiban. That'll be the name. No. But that helps us. Suspends the rational desire to understand. Each believer intuitively knows, there's our Usia, you intuitively know, you don't even have to think about it, that all other believers in the same system experience this difference. There we go, difference. Here's the word, difference. Put it in pink. No, pink's nice. Let's go green. In their state of mind, within themselves and with others, and that gives them their limitation. So difference is in the same category as limitation, both defining what it means to be a believer. And just as we've been suggesting or hypothesizing, each category has an usia and an activity, or an all-at-onceness or model. So the usia, or all-at-once in the realm of being, is knowledge, and its activity is through understanding. Just as materialism or strict dualism, people who say this is just woo-woo, or as the Twitch moderators of the Majority Report say, understanding a principle? What are you trying to sell? You sound like you're in a cult. What are you preaching? So materialists shut down understanding. So that's how they function. Believers intuitively know it all at once. I intuitively recognize we're all different. None of these other weirdos in my Mormon church are like me. They all have all these Christians. Some of them are racist. Some of them are sexist. Some of them are like anti-gay. Some of them are anti-women's rights. We're not all the same. I know it. And we're all lying to ourselves. We know it. Intuitively. We don't say it because the whole game is to put on an act like mummy and daddy put on an act. Like preacher puts on an act. That's why the right wingers are so cringe. They're not authentic. So, as we suspected, there is an usia and a logos, or an activity, at each level. The 3 levels that represent the whole and part and their intersection. Self, being, and becoming. Good thing we looked at the text. Good thing we looked at the text. So the belief separates us, unlike and our rational desire to understand, giving up. I don't have to learn, I just know women are bad because Jesus told me. I feel it in my heart. I'm not making fun of individuals, I'm making fun of the concept or the specific itself. Or the cognitive function itself, because it's false, bad, and cause of human conflict. State of mind, difference, there we go. Limitation, there's the other self-logos term. It's a good thing we were curious and we cared about human beings and helping them. So we could distinguish the greater and lesser self appear. If they're ever free of the belief, they re-experience the freedom from limitation, there we go, of belief. Within themselves, they experience it at the same time limited by belief. And they know that without belief, they would experience a freedom or limitless. There's our good one. The opposites with the 2 states have opposites, conflict within themselves. There's an opposition. There we go. There's our conflict. Opposition within each other. Togetherness, but also opposition. So we got there. There's our conflict of the monads applied to the lesser. Conflict. Whoops. Conflict. Whoops. Conflict. Division, disconnection, manyness. Also false, also bad. So those are the monads applied to the lesser of the three versions of true, one, and good. So we can do it. Different is the bad, unlike ourselves. So we got it. Always at motion, never at rest. So now we can do a dialectic on the oneself. The oneself is therefore balance of positives and negatives. It's a whole that's unlike any other whole, different from any other whole. It's unlike and different from any other whole because any other whole requires parts. And even the whole of a whole has an ousia motion and represents all of in time and all the limits. In other words, it's a whole that is a unique kind of whole that it doesn't have parts. That's interesting because we are looking for whole, same, like, rest, unlimited, at a time. Timeless. So what kind of a whole has no parts? How about... what do we have already? Here we go. Diotima is like Socrates, as greater is to lesser, but Socrates can be greater to us as he teaches us, so he becomes like Diotima. We become the same as Diotima. Let's do it here. Let's use this. Speaking of Dharma and Dharma successor Sus in the chat, carrying on accepting the Dharma teaching of dream analysis last night. Which may have been a aspect of the dream itself that could be fun to look at. So Diotima teaches Socrates as Socrates teaches us. I'm out of coffee. Holy crap, 6 hours. I'm gonna keep going. I want to finish this. Pause for coffee. Here we go. Let's keep going. Let's keep rolling. What else should we do on a Saturday other than this? So, as Diotima... the fuck was that? As Diotima is to Socrates as Socrates is to us. The fuck is going on with that? Why does it keep doing that? Who's hacked my machine? Okay, let's do it again. That's a mean analogy. That's the Dharma, or the model for teaching. For teaching. which we have to necessarily participate in to complete our journey. So we're talking about a moment ago, which is the Dharma, which is also spiritual. Spiritual teaching. Therefore, it is the true model for teaching or Dharma or spirituality. The mean analogy. In other words, truth. Meaning this is what we are using as a model for truth, because for it to be the true model, it has to participate in the principle of truth. In other words, the self-logos. So the terms that we use to see this apply to the category of true or the truth. So the triad. So obviously we have greater to lesser. That's easy. Greater, as in teacher, is to lesser. But then Socrates is the greater to us in the teacher. Meaning Socrates becomes what? Soc becomes is like Diotima. Socrates. Soc functions teacher to student the same as Diotima. Diotima. They're like and same. Soc completes his learning in teaching another. Yeah, move over a little bit. Teaching another. There's our rest. What's left? Got 3 on the board. We got like, same, and rest. Therefore, Soc whole what participates in bringing the parts into a whole in making us like Diotima and Sock as master, as teacher, as a master, or through mastering. Which requires passing it on, can function freely. There's our unlimited. As a teacher. Well, he creates the whole, doesn't he? Creates. Oh, yeah. Sock in teaching us brings the extremes, the limits or the extremes into a whole. In making us like Diotima. The whole, let's say, brings the extremes into the whole in the Dharma tradition. So like, same, complete or rest, whole, freedom or unlimited. What are we missing? Out of time. Sock. Sock allows Diotima wisdom to persist. Eternally. After, even after life in time. So what's interesting is we have all of these terms for the missing term in greater, lesser, like, lesser, greater, same, lesser, greater, equal. We become like Diotima, we become the same as Diotima. We then complete and we're at rest, all through the mean term. Socrates becomes like Diotima in, it's the mean term that finishes the game. That's interesting. By being a mean term and passing on the Dharma, you become like your teacher. You function the same as your teacher in teaching. You complete your own, or you're at reach rest, you complete your learning by functioning through it, verifying it, passing it, completing it in experience. So you're at rest. You can bring the extremes into a whole. You bring the ignorant student into wisdom. the extreme terms, ignorance and wisdom, you bring into a whole, because now they can pass on the tradition and be a part of the whole of the tradition. And making the extreme like the beginning. In that completion, it's now a whole. Through mastery, you can function freely. If you see it and you can do it, you are free to play with analogy as we've been doing. And then you can allow the Diotima's wisdom to persist eternally even after her life in time. So you can create an out-of-time nature of the teaching of the Dharma. So this is its application in understanding. In other words, the mean analogy of the Dharma, which uses the self-logos terms, lesser, greater, question mark, is here. Diotima's wisdom. You can make the ignorant wise. That's the extremes, here to here. But we want to know the model, or all of those individual highest terms are themselves a subset or a greater use of its model. So we are looking for the model that takes all of these before its application. So for there to be a bringing together of things into a whole, you are bringing together the parts or the extremes into a whole. You are making the student who was different the same as your teacher. You are making the unlike different like state of mind. State of mind is unlike Diotima's, but now your state of mind can become like her if you're the student being taught. You can take you yourself go from motion to rest in the completion of your journey, or help others reach their end. And you dissolve their limitations, and you allow them to become free, and you yourself function in a free way. And therefore you take those who are stuck within the cycle of reincarnation in time, and you allow them to reach wisdom, which is eternal. And you also, so that applies to the student, that you make the student part of the whole, you make the student like Diotima. That applies to you. You are becoming the same. You are finishing your journey. It also applies to the Dharma. So it applies to all of the aspects. And you also would say, yeah, maybe even Diotima. Well, yeah, she is the model, so she would be those high terms as well. So every aspect of the Dharma, every part and relationship, you can see greater, lesser, and question mark. So if all of those are the application in the teaching, in the student, in your role as a teacher, what's it like before its application to parts or ignorance? What would you call a whole that's a whole that has no parts, so it's immediately a whole? Pure? A whole that is no parts. If you are always the same and you can never become different. Now, I think this is where we can use the terms of the text. Immortal, a state of mind where you are always like that state of mind and you never are unlike yourself. Now this is the thing. This is the whole self that has no parts. Remember, this is a dialectic on the true self. So we have to take each of these terms and rub it up against the other. So what would the whole self be without parts? Clear? Same self. That's never different. Immortal? Only because we got that term from the text. Now we can take these questions with us as we continue to read and look for key terms that might answer these questions. The like self. The state of self. Always like and never unlike. Pure. The rest self, the complete. Transcending, never being touched by motion. Outside of motion. Content, peace. Complete. The unlimited or free self. That is, skips over limit. Never limited. Free. How about free? Free in a sense that can never be unfree. How about your same self but you're never different? Authentic? The self that's out of time and doesn't participate in time. Is that immortal? As immortal as a man can be immortal. Free and never limited. Is that authentic? Fun? Play? That's all well and good, but how do we unify it into a conclusion about the one self? Do we list all these adjectives? Do we hierarchically arrange them? Do we find a single term to unify or synthesize all of the parts? That would sound like the dialectic to me. Perhaps we can find a word for all of these all of the lesser terms. To be apart, to be different, to be, well, it's non-belief, so it's out of belief, but that's not good enough. We want to see what it is. I like free here. Clear, authentic, pure, complete, free, immortal. There's our dialectic on the one self. Doesn't seem complete, does it? All right. So we've been comparing it against the lesser. What if we compare it against the greater? How about we say it's the whole same, like, rest, unlimited, out of time. If the whole positives, whole and part, same and different, if these whole positives equal mind or the realm of being, we're saying it's something that that is but apart from, different from, unlike, is but not being. The self that is clear, authentic, pure, complete, free, and immortal. Participates in being, but is a self not being. Getting somewhere. So there's our dialectic on the one self. Therefore, the true self how are we going to unify that? So, the one self, pure, clear, authentic, fun, complete, immortal, eternal, timeless, let's say immortal for now. Whole, without parts, or a one prior, beyond, transcendent of many. The one is not many, is the one self. Is that enough? The true self is therefore lesser, greater, whole, complete, and more. It's the whole of these words, isn't it? Same thing, isn't it? Pure, as in lesser, greater, pure, clear, fun, complete. Yeah, it's all of them, isn't it? Fun, complete, one, two, three, four, five, six. Authentic. Immortal. Which would mean, therefore, the good self is that kind of beauty. That kind of excellence. That kind of justice. And if we seek ultimately the Logos, or if this is the highest activity of the Logos, we could therefore say self Logos is a beautiful, just, excellent, pure, clear, it's lesser, greater, and whole, isn't it? It's a kind of whole. Right. Right, okay. That's the difference, right. So the question for the true is, right. So let's take the first term, a pure whole without parts, implying the rest. Therefore, the true self is lesser, greater, pure whole. The good self is therefore a pure clear. I want the two together. A pure clear whole. A pure clear whole. Wouldn't be A. Right, so this defines the whole. Pure, clear, authentic, fun, complete, immortal. And I guess as we continue to read, we can purify those words and see if we can polish them up which defines the kind of whole without parts. So it's all of those self-logos terms here, self-logos duads here. It's a whole that's not a part. It's a same that doesn't, difference doesn't touch it. All of the problems can't touch the self. So it can't be touched by problems. And also can't be touched by wisdom. Because wisdom requires this level. It's beyond even wisdom. So it's some sort of immediate ousia. A pure, clear, authentic, fun, complete, immortal whole without parts. That defines the whole without parts, right? Therefore, lesser greater whole is the kind of whole. We want to know what kind of whole is the triad whole. Because it's not whole and parts, it's lesser greater. Pure. Clear. Whole as the principle, so everything can be brought into a whole through the Dharma, because the whole, its principle itself is a pure, clear, qualityless whole, or manyless whole. Interesting. So it's not even okay. Yeah. So the one self is a pure, clear, authentic, fun, complete, immortal, greater. Because greater applies, you can apply greater to the greater term of self pairs, greater without lesser. It's a whole without parts, etc. True self is therefore applied to lesser greater. What kind of whole? Lesser greater, pure, clear whole. So this definition here, then we then apply to the kind of whole that the self is. Pure, clear whole. Therefore, we take that from the one self to the true self, and then from the true self, we take that to the bank. No, to the good self. Therefore, the good self is a pure, clear, whole, beauty, excellence, justice. And then we're applying it to the monads, because the right, so these monads apply specifically to define what kind of a good it is, what kind of beauty, justice, excellence, a pure, clear, authentic self, whole, beauty, excellence, justice. Therefore, the three are interconnected. The self-logos, therefore, is a beautiful, excellent, just, pure, clear, whole, one, good, true. we could even go piece self color. Where's my coffee? One. True. Or good. 'Cause those are the monadic descriptors. That applies to true. Good. True. One. For a beautiful, excellent, just, etc., pure, clear, etc., kind of whole. Feel like we're missing something. So, that's the highest use of the logos. What we're missing is, it's not the right answer. It's a question. It's a contemplation. What would a clear, pure, whole, good, true, or rather a beautiful, just, clear, pure, clear, whole, one. That's the self logos. Or the highest logos. This is, we're defining the logos. So we can take that self logos and say the logos, this is the excellence of the self logos itself. Or the logos itself. So this beautiful, excellent, just, clear, pure, whole one is the self. That's taking the self logos and applying it to the self. So our question is, what kind of ousia? The kind. So if that's the activity, what kind of knowing would that be? A immediate. Pure. Clear. Free. Seeing of self. is the kind of Usia. Or nature model apprehension of self. Woo. So there's our, what are we after? So we had the activity of the self logos. Unlike knowledge in that it uses the parts that you can experience through problems and the physical world to distinguish it against it from being the so while problems reject the parts that reject the whole, you can still take those parts in the positive kind as parts of a whole, whereas the higher use of the logos doesn't even use parts. It specifically skips over the parts to distinguish a kind of knowing of the whole, and distinguishes it not against parts but against a kind of whole and part knowing, or a kind of knowing that is beyond wisdom because of its qualities. So we did a dialectic on the one, the true and the good, to unify it in the highest expression of the logos. The word for highest expression is self. So the self logos, we applied as, so the activity of one, good, true, we can unify into the logos itself, or self logos. Therefore the self logos self, or logos self, is the highest use of the logos, which is a meditation on and an understanding of the kind of ousia or nature of the self. What is the model, the ultimate model of all models, or the model that transcends particular models? It's the nature of self, and it's the way we apprehend itself. So now we have an understanding of what to recognize as the state of self. It's not a wisdom or whole of all parts. It's specifically partless, or you could say partless, that's redundant. A sort of clear, pure, authentic, fun, complete, immortal, whole, a beautiful, excellent, just, clear, in a clear, kind of pure, clear whole. That's the one that is the self. That's the highest ousia. And that, to recognize that, we have to, I guess, keep perfecting that highest use of the logos, or the highest activity, and having fun doing dialectics on the one, the true, and the good, because that doesn't seem very pure. Like, doesn't I don't know. It's a start, but now we know how to do it. We know what we're after. We're after the kind of activity represented by the whole without parts, etc., or same without difference. Whole without parts is fine. The kind of activity of a one that's not many, or a whole that's not parts, or an is that's not being. I like whole without parts. And the greater we can recognize the whole of all parts, or the doorway that we're supposedly to walk through, the brilliant light of being, the more we have an understanding of that as we continue the regular dialectics, a regular understanding, and experience it as often as we can, we will come to recognize it, so we can distinguish this from this. A kind of pure, clear, immediate, authentic, fun, etc. kind of whole that's a kind of beauty, or a kind of excellence that's immediate, fun, etc., etc., etc. that's unique in that it's different from what we become familiar with in the greatest experience and the greatest use of understanding to understand it. So this is an even greater, or, well, it's the self-understanding. Holy fuck, we got there. We understood the nature of human problems, why human problems exist, why they will always exist, why we don't have to entertain believers or materialists anymore, necessarily not as a blame or shame game, but because in principle we understand that they have to be always in conflict, but it's also a necessary part of our development. It's simply what makes the part a part, otherwise we wouldn't have creation. There has to be something that causes materialists to act against their own best interest, that causes believers to be awakened, have their tyranny awakened by fascists to again be against their own interest and humanity. There's a reason why capitalism, Nazism, fascism, sexism, all against everyone's interests still exist. It's to maintain a part different from the whole relative to cognitive function, spiritual development, levels of soul, and also to maintain our problems so that we can awaken our understanding, learn the dialectic as we've been doing, and take all that back with us to distinguish it from pure wisdom, which can be used again to help purify what's false and to meditate on the model itself. And then once again realize, hang on a second, lesser, greater, the truth has a third term. What's the whole, or what's just as problems are necessarily in opposition to the whole, this blue circle, so too necessarily there has to be a kind of highest kind of ousia of self, or self-recognizing self, that itself must be beyond parts, a kind of immediate, pure, clear, free recognition of the self through the highest use of the dialectic to bring to birth the self logos, or the excellence of logos. So it's through that mastery or the activity of the highest dialectic or self logos we can recognize the model for even wisdom, but in particular we can use that highest activity in this dimension, which is the whole that is not touched by the bottom circle of part. The highest activity of that is to reflect on the nature of that, the model, the kind of ousia that the self, in order to, is a kind of meditation to awaken a recognition of self when you see it. Now we've been in the dream, in the text we've been reading, we have been seeing that the significance of dream analysis is you have experiences of the states of mind and drama and metaphor and things that give you information about your problem, but also give you these two higher states of mind as well. The issue is you don't recognize it. You may have had the experience of self, this pure, clear, immediate, free, authentic knowing. But because it lacks qualities in all those definitions, it's a true and a good and a one without any of those qualities. You may not recognize it. In fact, you probably won't recognize it. Thus, the need for understanding. Just as you won't understand that there shouldn't be a left and right wing, there should just be one political party called the Logos Party, just as there's one doctor, there's no Doctors for Hurting Patients Party. You won't know that and see it as fucking obvious until you've gone through the logos of understanding the nature of human problems. Equally, you won't understand obviously the nature of wisdom experience or the brilliant light of being or mind itself, either when you meditate or when you die or whatever, whenever it comes, unless you've been developing understanding. Just as you won't recognize an awesome football NFL play unless you know what a linebacker and offensive lineman and 4th down 5 to go means. Unless you have the understanding, you won't recognize it. And if our goal is to know the self, we have to develop the highest use of language or dialectic or reflection, so we have the names, words, labels, understanding, and practice of doing that or meditation, so that we can recognize when it comes, which may happen in dreams. Therefore, while it was fun to understand the nature and necessity of problems and how we can remove it individually and collectively forever, and also understand the nature of the spiritual experience and why there's necessarily divisions or motion or levels of depth of that single experience. Well, that was fun as well. And it was fun also to practice the highest use of the dialectic on the one self, good self, and true self, to bring it together into an ultimate logos of self. While all of that's fun, we also need to learn how to see this in dreams and go through a series of dialectic questions and reflections similar to what we have done on those high states, so we can recognize that which is without qualities. So we can become more and more familiar with it, recognize it more and more, until it becomes, as we say, immortal or out of time in a way that you will never lose it in time, thus making you as immortal and a friend of the gods as any man can be. So, while this has been fantastic and amazing and a kick-ass long stream, we've also seen the significance of what we are reading right now in the text and our further reading of the text. Dream analysis. All this dialectic applied to unpacking our dreams, and now that we have a logos to recognize all of the different levels, all three, lesser, greater, and pure clear whole equal, we can recognize the divisions of states in mind that will inform our dream analysis. Can you recognize a problem state? Can you therefore use the logos of understanding to use these parts to encourage a reflection on your problem state here? Can you recognize a enlightenment state? Can you use again the logos of understanding here to allow perfection of it? And also, can you use the understanding of here, just as we use this understanding of this realm to help people out of their problem states of mind? Now that we know how to recognize it, we can use this dialectic we've just gone through to help people in these wisdom states or brilliant light states to even traverse beyond it to this, the self, the know thyself, the authentic, free, true, clear, pure, eternal, forever, one true good self. Now that we have the map, we are going to be able to progress further in our reading of dream analysis. By the way, one of our questions is not only how can we be a dream analysis dialectician, but what must the dream have? If the dream functions through this, knows all of this, and uses both providentially this pure, clear, free dream master state of self might be the nature of our dream maker, which might be why he's able to give billions and billions of dreams every moment to all, even maybe animals who have dreams, maybe billions more, for all time, on many galaxies, forever. Why? How? Because it's... pick a term. How can the dream maker do it? Maybe because it's fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
Fun. Maybe it can do it because it has this quality and it's fun to do so. Can we have fun in becoming as like the Dream Master, to becoming lesser, greater, whole, equal to the Dream Master? Pure, equal to the Dream Master? Can that be fun? That's where we're at. That's where we'll go next time. That's the significance of the whole game. Holy shit, what a stream. Thank you for joining me, anyone who's gone along this far. Woo! That was a lot of fun. That was fun. That was a meditation. So we're demonstrating what we're defining. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for the chatters who stopped in and left some emojis. And Wow. What do you say, Owen? Wow. Ow. 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 What do you say, Owen's older brother? What do you say? What do you say, Uncle?
Wow.
What do you say, drunk granddad? Wow. Thank you for joining me. See you in the next one. Again, Twitch, YouTube, follow along, Discord if you want a notification when we go live. If you want to donate to the channel, that is greatly appreciated. It's linked to the PDF below, as well as a donation link. Woo! No fucking way I'm going to get affiliate on on Twitch or YouTube or anything. Who's going to listen for how long? Fuck me, 7 hours. I mean, super interesting and meaningful and fun, I think. But anyway, thank you for joining me, and I will see you in the next, probably much shorter one.